Chapter 4732. Kill who? Lu Ziyu was taken aback. Someone who could make West Mountain Old Sect a big shot of evil cultivators come out personally was definitely not an ordinary person. Most likely it was only the top experts of those famous sections. It's Lin Yi. Ning Shengling smiled faintly. Lin Yi. Ning Shengling was instantly shocked and couldn't help but be moved. Is that true? How did he offend West Mountain Old Sect? The reason is actually very simple. He killed an evil cultivator named Wu Baoliang. This person was the direct disciple of the West Mountain Sect's elder, and he was also his nephew. That's why this old thief was alerted, Ning Shengling explained. So that's how it is. No wonder the old thief was so angry. But with such a big shot evil cultivator at the opening of the mountain personally hunting him down, how could he still live until now? Could it be that there's some expert protecting him? Lu Ziyu couldn't help but ask curiously. Although she hadn't paid attention to Lin Yi before, since he could participate in the West Island trial, it meant that his strength was at most at the peak of the nascent soul stage. This strength was already extremely high for most cultivators, but in front of evil cultivators at the level of West Mountain Old Sect, he was no different from an ordinary person. He could be crushed to death with just a thought. If there wasn't an expert helping him, Lu Ziyu wouldn't believe that a mere nascent soul stage expert could survive under the hands of West Mountain Old Sect. It was simply a fantasy. There really isn't. It's not like you don't know about the South Continent's sea. Apart from the Spirit Beast clan, who can contend against the experts of West Mountain Old Sect? Ning Shengling laughed. That's true. The Spirit Beast clan secludes themselves from the world, and evil cultivators or not have nothing to do with them. They're not like the famous sects who would shout at an old thief like West Mountain Old Sect. If there's no personal enmity, normally no one would take the initiative to deal with West Mountain Old Sect. Lu Ziyu nodded, and then became interested. She asked curiously, but if that's the case, how did Lin Yi escape from West Mountain Old Sect? It's not quite possible with just his own words, right? When I first saw the tip-off, I actually also felt that it was incredible. But the fact is that Lin Yi survived from the hands of West Mountain Old Sect with his own strength. Ning Shengling sighed with emotion. How is this possible? Lu Ziyu was greatly astonished. At their level, there were very few things that could cause her to lose her composure. But a mere original infant stage cultivator was able to escape from the West Mountain Elders' pursuit. This was not only shocking, it was completely subverting their worldview. Apart from Lin Yi himself and Grandmaster Shishan, I'm afraid no one else knows the specific process. But according to my informant in West Island, one thing is certain. The reason why Lin Yi was able to escape death was that he escaped into the interior of the South Island, Ning Shengling said. He escaped to the South Island? No wonder West Mountain Old Sect didn't dare to chase after him. But for a nascent soul stage cultivator to be able to escape from the territory of the spiritual beasts unscathed, that's an unprecedented miracle. Lu Ziyu sighed from the bottom of her heart. She glanced at Ning Shengling and said, in that case, this child is really extraordinary. It's not strange that you want to take him in as a son-in-law. If he can really grow up in the future, he might not be inferior to that one of yours. That's right, that's what I was thinking at first. But unfortunately, it looks like it's impossible now. But there's heaven's will in the unseen world. Fertile water should not flow to outsiders, so I'll give it to your precious disciple. Ning Shengling covered her mouth and laughed. Humph. He abducted my disciple and trapped him in the trial grounds. I haven't even settled the score with him. No matter how talented he is, I won't agree to let Dyer go with him. Lu Ziyu snorted coldly with a face full of anger. Ziyu, don't be so harsh with your words. Maybe by the time the two of them come out of the trial ground, they'll already have a child. Ning Shengling, who had always been graceful and magnanimous, now had a rare hint of mischievous playfulness on her face. This. Lu Ziyu's expression immediately changed. She hesitated for a moment and then said, unable to put down her pride, that won't do either. No matter what, I won't hand her over to this kid whose background I don't know. Speaking of which, Lin Yi knows you very well, so it's not like you don't know anything about him. You still don't know, right? He's from the North Island's 3 great pavilions. He's a disciple that our old senior, Shanghai Tianhua, thinks highly of, Ning Shangling revealed with a smile. Oh, is that true? Lu Ziyu was finally moved. Although she was shocked when she heard about Lin Yi's amazing deeds, she didn't have a good impression of him. But when she heard that Lin Yi was actually a subordinate of Shanghai Tianhua, this was a completely different matter. Both Lu Ziyu and Ning Shangling had hundreds of years of friendship with Shanghai Tianhua. Although Shanghai Tianhua was a senior, because they had been teachers for a period of time, the closeness of their relationship was not something that could be explained clearly with just a few words. If Lin Yi was really a disciple that Shanghai Tianhua thought highly of, then no matter how reluctant she was, she couldn't possibly continue to refuse to let him go. Of course it's true. This time he's a special envoy from the North Island personally appointed by Shanghai Tianhua. Otherwise, why do you think I'd consider him? Ning Shangling shook her head and laughed. If one wanted to become Ning Shangling's husband, it wasn't enough to just be strong. The most important thing was to know his background. Only then could they ensure the stability of the West Island in the future. If that's really the case. Lu Ziyu's expression changed. She muttered to herself for a moment, then finally sighed and said, "Sigh, forget it. If it really doesn't work, I'll just wait here for a few years. Since he's a disciple that Big Brother Shangguan thinks highly of, he's a good match for Dai. I really can't say anything more." Ziyu, if you can really have Lin Yi as your son-in-law, it's your blessing. If it wasn't for the fact that I've already announced that only those who pass the trial can become my son-in-law, do you think I'd give him to you so easily? And you're still sighing here, as if you've suffered a great loss. I really don't know what to say. Ning Shangling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lu Ziyu smiled a little awkwardly. Although there was nothing wrong with what she said, Huiyuti was, after all, the flesh of her heart. She had treated her like her own daughter since she was young. Now that she suddenly found out that the flesh of her heart was going to leave with someone else, she really didn't feel good. Most parents probably had this kind of mentality. As the two of them were talking, a disciple from the West Island suddenly came in to report. He said in an urgent tone, "Reporting to Island Lord, when I was registering the trial takers just now, I found a person named Kong Mingming digging up an immature Thunder Xuanwu, and he even dug it up by the roots." Chapter 47:33. It was no exaggeration to say that Kong Mingming's behavior was no less than coming to the temporary imperial residence of the island owner to rob and smash the heirloom treasure of West Island. If the news got out, he would be infuriated by both humans and gods. It was no wonder that Ning Shangling was furious. This guy is so hateful. Lu Ziyu was also filled with righteous indignation. As an old friend of Ning Shangling for many years, she knew clearly what the Thunder Xian meant to West Island. She couldn't help but wonder. But how did Kong Mingming find the Thunder Xian? Such an important route map shouldn't be leaked, right? I also think it's very strange. We must investigate this matter carefully. Ning Shangling frowned and said. It was true that the existence of the Thunder Xian in West Island's trial was not a secret. In fact, many trial takers came for the Thunder Xian. But the specific location of the Thunder Xian was a top secret in West Island. Even among the inner disciples of West Island, only a few disciples who were valued by Ning Shangling would get a hint, and the others had no way to know. Even with the deep relationship between Lu Ziyu and Ning Shangling, it was only because Lu Ziyu had made great contributions to West Island that he revealed it to her, and it had never been spread before. Whether it was Lu Ziyu or those disciples valued by Ning Shangling, they were all absolutely reliable people. Normally, there was no reason for them to leak such an important secret. How did Kong Mingming know it? Could it be that this guy injured Dire and forced the information out of her? Lu Ziyu was suddenly alarmed. Ning Shangling also nodded thoughtfully. Most of the participants in the trial of West Island were outsiders, and there were not many local disciples in West Island. To prevent the secret of the Thunder Xian from being leaked, Ning Shangling didn't give them any hint this time. That was to say, among these people, only Huiyuti knew the location of the Thunder Xian. According to this inference, Kong Mingming was very likely to get the clue from Huiyuti, and this thing could be combined with Lin Yi's injury. Lin Yi might be trying to save Huiyuti. That was why he was severely injured by Kong Mingming. And it was also because of this that Huiyuti did not hesitate to sacrifice her life and reputation to stay inside to accompany him. In just a short moment, Ning Shangling and Lu Ziyu had spontaneously formed a complete sequence of events. The more they thought about it, the more logical they felt it to be, almost certain that it was the truth. This Kong Mingming really deserves to die, Lu Ziyu said angrily through gritted teeth. Ning Shangling nodded with an ugly expression, not saying a word. She was far more infuriated than Lu Ziyu, but as the ruler of the Western Island, there was nothing she could do. After all, everything in the trial was up to fate, and it was common for people to kill others and seize their treasures. Moreover, there was no rule that she couldn't touch the Thunder Xian vine in advance. Even if she wanted to punish Kong Mingming, what reason did she have to take revenge afterwards? What Kong Mingming did was shameless, but if Ning Shangling really blamed him for it, the whole West Island would become the laughingstock of the world. It was related to the reputation of West Island, so she could only swallow it. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and there was still no news from Linyi and Huiyuti. In fact, everyone knew that the two of them had been trapped inside and couldn't get out. The maximum time limit for a master at the peak of the nascent soul realm was 1 month, and a whole month and a half had passed. Just because the masters above the nascent soul realm couldn't activate the transmitting formation, even immortals couldn't come out again. The trial in the Western Island was so noisy that it couldn't keep dragging on like this. After all, there had to be a final conclusion, or it would be like breaking the promise. Although Ning Shuefei had pleaded with Ning Shangling several times these days, she, Han Jingjing, and Shanghai Laner all believed her. She asked her to try to delay it for a while, preferably until Linyi came back. She, Han Jingjing, and Shanghai Laner all believed it. As long as Linyi recovered, he would definitely find a way to get out. However, this kind of thing couldn't be decided by Ning Shangling alone. After all, this was a big event of the whole West Island, and all the sects of other Heaven Stage Islands were paying attention to it. No matter how much she spoiled her daughter, she couldn't make fun of the reputation of the whole West Island. Delaying it for half a month was the limit, and she really couldn't delay it any longer. Regarding this result, Ning Shuefei, who had just recovered a little from the blow of Lin Yi's serious injury, really wanted to cry but had no tears, because she already knew who was the destined winner this time. She hated this person very much, and she wouldn't entrust her life to this kind of person even if she was beaten to death. But she had no choice. After all, this represented the credibility and face of the whole West Island, and she couldn't just say no to it. After half a month in everyone's expectation, the Island Master's Palace finally opened to the public again. All the trial takers who had participated in the West Island trial were invited to the side courtyard of the palace, in the courtyard of the transmission formation. Today, the final winner of the West Island trial would be publicly judged here. The reason why they didn't choose the more grand and formal square outside was mainly to take care of the trial takers. After all, these treasures would be taken away after the evaluation. As the saying went, one shouldn't show one's wealth. If they were placed in a public place outside, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't get into trouble later. Now they were placed in the relatively secret side courtyard of the Island Master's Palace. Although this kind of thing couldn't be completely eliminated, it was better. The side courtyard was heavily guarded, and it was crowded with people. Not only a group of trial takers gathered here, but also the branch managers of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, the Central Chamber of Commerce, the Wealthy Chamber of Commerce, and so on. As the most authoritative industry insiders, they were the important judges specially invited by West Island. After a brief opening speech, everyone soon got to the long-awaited topic. A group of West Island disciples took out the previous registration books and asked the trial takers to take them out one by one to compare in public, and a group of judges evaluated them on the spot. Only the one with the highest evaluation would have the last laugh. This was undoubtedly a treasure appraisal conference. Every time someone took out a rare treasure of heaven and earth, there would be a burst of whispers in the side courtyard. Many people knew that they couldn't compare with other trial takers, but this time they could see so many kinds of treasures of heaven and earth, which could be regarded as an eye-opener, and they didn't come in vain. Of course, there were also some trial takers who were very ambitious. Relying on the rare treasures of heaven and earth in their hands, they thought that this time they could have a chance to become Ning Shangling's son-in-law, and then they could have a meteoric rise. However, when it was Kong Mingming's turn, everything stopped abruptly. Thunder Xianrot Tan. It turned out to be the legendary Thunder Xianrot Tan. Chapter 4734. DSDX. The PP software for the novel has been developed. Please go to the bottom of the HP in website, and you can install the PP software for Android and Apple. This kind of treasure of heaven and earth didn't even need to be judged by experts. The value of the Thunder Mystic Vine was beyond doubt. Even if all the other treasures of heaven and earth on the scene were added together, they would not be as valuable as the Thunder Mystic Vine. Of course, the managers of the Chambers of Commerce and other experts had already seen that this Thunder Mystic Vine was not fully mature. But even if it was an immature Thunder Mystic Vine, it was still a Thunder Mystic Vine. After its value was discounted, it still dominated the scene. No other treasure of heaven and earth could compare with it. Even if it was an immature Thunder Mystic Vine, it could still be used to refine the Thunder Mystic Pill. Although its quality would definitely be affected, and it couldn't guarantee that it would pass the Thunder Tribulation, there was still a great chance. Judging from this point alone, it was still a rare treasure that could only be found but not sought. Looking at the complacent Kong Ming Ming, all the trial takers present suddenly became listless. At this time, no matter how unwilling they were, it was futile. The value of all the treasures of heaven and earth they had was not even a fraction of what he had. How could they compare with him? The trial takers were just shocked and frustrated, but the eyes of the disciples of the Western Island when they looked at Kong Ming Ming were full of undisguised anger. He had uprooted the Thunder Mystic Vine that belonged to the Western Island, and it was still an immature Thunder Mystic Vine. This meant that he had overdrawn the priceless treasure of the Western Island's trial in the future. In other words, this bastard had simply robbed the Thunder Mystic Vine that should have belonged to them, and he had done it in such a way that would cause the wrath of both men and gods. This was intolerable. If it weren't for Ning Shangling and Yan Xinlan restraining them, the disciples of the Western Island would have already rushed up and torn the bastard Kong Ming Ming into pieces. He had robbed the master's treasure and dared to show it off in the master's house. Who gave him such courage? Kong Ming Ming was completely unaware of this. At this moment he was full of excitement. While enjoying the shocked and envious gazes of the crowd, he looked at Ning Xuefei in the distance greedily. At the thought that such a delicate little beauty, who was also the noble princess of the Western Island, would soon be his, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. West Island had made the right choice this time. Su Lingchong wasn't as stupid as Kong Xiaoming. He secretly poked Kong Xiaoming in the back. Kong Xiaoming shuddered when he noticed that the disciples of the Western Island looked like they were going to eat him alive. He was sweating profusely. He had unknowingly incurred the wrath of the crowd, but it was only in this kind of public place. If there were not so many outsiders present, these impatient disciples of the Western Island would really eat him alive. He had to be careful when he went back later, so as to avoid falling into a trap. But on second thought, Kong Ming Ming suddenly felt amused. After today, he was destined to be the prince consort of the West Island. For these disciples of the West Island, he was the real master. They wouldn't dare to do anything to harm him, even if they were 100 times braver. Worrying about this kind of thing was completely groundless. Not only that, if one day he was in a good mood, he could even casually find a few beauties in woman land. He could even take advantage of Ning Shangling, this noble and beautiful mother-in-law of his. Just thinking about it made him feel so good that he could fly. Seeing the greedy and complacent look on Kong Ming Ming's face, the disciples of the Western Island became angrier and angrier. Even Ning Shangling, who had always been calm, couldn't help but frown. At the thought of making such a shameless guy her son-in-law, she suddenly felt as disgusted as if she had eaten a fly. Not only Ning Shangling the mother, but also Yan Xinlan and Lu Ziyu, who were next to her, were furious when they saw this. They looked at each other tacitly, and killing intent flashed across their eyes. If Ning Shangling acquiesced, they didn't mind being killers in the dark. They had watched Ning Xuefei grow up since she was a child. No matter what, they couldn't watch Ning Xuefei jump into the fire pit. And they couldn't allow such a shameless guy like Kong Ming Ming to be the prince consort of the West Island. Ning Shangling shook her head slightly. As Ning Xuefei's mother, she wanted to do this more than anyone else, but another more important identity didn't allow her to do so. Even if she didn't want Kong Ming Ming to be the prince consort of the West Island, She couldn't use such a violent method that could easily lead to gossip. Everyone, it's almost time. Let's take a lunch break first, and the results will be announced in the afternoon, Ning Shangling announced with an indifferent look, and then took the lead to leave the field with Ning Shuofei. The crowd was left stunned. The other trial takers didn't care. Anyway, it was obvious that they had nothing to do with it. It didn't matter to them whether the results were announced now or in the afternoon. If they couldn't wait, they could leave now. However, Kong Mingming's expression at the moment was really wonderful. He was complacent just now, and even prepared to give his acceptance speech, but when he heard Ning Shangling's words, he almost bit his tongue off. Senior cultivators didn't even need to eat, drink, or go to the toilet during lunch break. And it was common knowledge that they didn't need to sleep or rest. Damn it, where did lunch break come from? For a moment, feeling the malicious eyes of the West Island disciples from all directions, Kong Mingming was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His future mother-in-law deliberately left such a blank period of time. Could it be that she wanted to give these West Island disciples a chance to take advantage of it? Kong Mingming was a schemer himself, so when he encountered this kind of thing, his mind was naturally full of conspiracy theories. Think about it, if they could kill him before the results were announced, then they could take back the Thunder Abstruse vines justifiably, and the price that the West Island had to pay was just a scapegoat. It was a good deal no matter how he thought about it. At this moment, facing the envious eyes of the other trial takers, Kong Mingming was sweating profusely, and even his legs were weak from fear. Why didn't Ning Shangling play by the rules? What should he do now? Seeing the other trial takers leave one after another, Kong Mingming suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He subconsciously prepared to run away, but was stopped by Su Lingchong. Kong Mingming suggested nervously, "Child Su, the situation is not good. Why don't we run away now? Anyway, Linny can't come back. As long as we don't let him get involved with Ning Shuofei, we can take the Thunder Abstruse vines back and complete the task, right? Don't panic." Su Lingchong snorted. Of course, he also knew that the situation was serious. They had dug up an immature Thunder Abstruse vines from the roots, and they had greatly offended almost all the West Island disciples. Even if Ning Shangling didn't say anything, the people below might take the initiative to assassinate them. This kind of thing was impossible to guard against. But Kong Mingming still wanted to run away. For him, the most dangerous period before the final results were announced, especially in this place where the West Island masters were everywhere. If someone was ruthless enough to launch a sneak attack on him, he wouldn't even know how he died. To be continued. This book is collected from a website. Please move to the pavilion. The chapters are clear and updated quickly. Chapter 4735. Idiot. It's precisely because these people harbor ill intentions towards us that we have to stay here even more. If we were to go out now, then they can just casually find a scapegoat to brush it off if something happens. But so long as we stay here, they will absolutely not dare to act rashly. Su Lingchong grunted coldly in a low voice. Ah! Kong Mingming was stunned, and then suddenly reacted. He said excitedly with his eyes shining, "Yes, Child Su is wise. This is the palace of the island owner, and I'm the winner of the trial by so many people. If something happens to me here, West Island will never get away with it. They won't dare to take such a risk no matter how bold they are. The most dangerous place is the safest place. That's the truth. As long as the result of the trial is announced, no one can hurt us." Su Lingchong sneered proudly. Yes, that's the truth. Kong Xiaoming suddenly became arrogant again. He looked at the West Island disciples around him with his head held high. Not only was he not afraid, but he also commented on their looks with great interest. They would all be his potential targets in the future. In the trial site, in a hidden corner not far from the transmission array, Hui Yudi still stayed by Lin Yi's side. Although Lin Yi still had no sign of waking up, Hui Yudi was not as worried and hesitant as she was at the beginning. She looked quite calm and sure. There was no other reason. She had seen every change of Lin Yi these days. Except that he didn't wake up, everything else was getting better quickly. Not only his breath and pulse became stronger, but what was more amazing was that the shocking wound on Lin Yi's abdomen was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, even though it had not been treated effectively. Now it was about to be healed. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Huayudi would never believe that there was such a magical thing in the world. After suffering such a fatal injury, he not only didn't die, but also could survive without the help of a miracle-working doctor. It was more than beyond common sense to heal himself completely by his own vitality. It was a miracle. Linny was really an extraordinary person. Huayudi confirmed this recognition again. Seeing that Linny's breath was as steady as usual, she smiled softly and then got up and walked out of the hidden corner. He went outside under the sun and took out his phone to charge. Apart from rainy days, this was what she had to do every day for the past half a month. Han Jingjing had specifically told her to charge it frequently. After all, this was the only way they could communicate with each other. If it was broken, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, this training ground rarely saw rain all year round, although it was always shrouded in a layer of blood. However, as long as they reached an open space, charging would not be a problem. As usual, Huayudi came to the open space outside the teleportation array. There were valleys on both sides, and she could only bask in the sun at noon. However, before she could put down her phone, she suddenly saw a shadow flashing in the corner of her eyes. Who? Huayudi was frightened. However, after looking around, she didn't see anyone. Instead, the wind was quite strong, and the sound of it was whistling. It was just a false alarm. Huayudi heaved a sigh of relief. Now that Linny was unconscious, she could only rely on herself. To be honest, she really felt a little uneasy. Although she was a nascent soul-perfected expert, she was still a weak girl. Moreover, her strength was not invincible in this place, and there was still Scarface and his gang. As usual, after charging the phone, Huayudi put away her phone and returned to her hiding place to take care of Lin Yi. However, before she could sit down, there was a sudden sound of messy footsteps. Then she saw a man with a domineering aura. He brought a group of ferocious-looking subordinates with him. It was Scarface and his gang. "It's you." Huayudi turned pale with fright. She hurriedly stood in front of the unconscious Lin Yi and looked at Scarface with fear and caution. This guy obviously didn't come with good intentions. "Oh, it's really here." Scarface looked at Huayudi from head to toe, drooling. His eyes shone brightly as he swallowed his saliva. It seemed like he wanted to pounce on her. Previously, when he saw Huayudi, she was wearing a veil. Therefore, he only knew that this girl had an alluring figure. As for what her face looked like, he didn't know. Therefore, even if Scarface had some thoughts, he wouldn't be too impulsive. After all, in this day and age, looking at someone's back would make people commit a crime. Looking at someone's face would make people defend themselves. In fact, there were many girls in the Heaven Stage Island. But now, because there was no one around, Huayudi had already taken off her veil. Her delicate and alluring face was unreservedly displayed in front of everyone. Coupled with her seductive figure, if Scarface and his gang didn't have any thoughts of committing a crime at this time, it could only mean that they weren't men. Looking at their obscene expressions, Huayudi's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. She secretly regretted that she was too careless. The figure she had glimpsed from the corner of her eyes was not an illusion at all. It was a spy of Scarface and his gang. Only in this way could she explain why these people suddenly appeared here. Huayudi didn't guess wrong. It was the truth. Every year, after the West Island trial ended, the scar-faced man would always bring people to the exit to patrol. This was his usual practice because, according to past experience, there would always be a few unlucky challengers at this time of the year who never gave up, making their last struggle here. Of course, this was wishful thinking. After a month, no one could go out. They could only have a chance when the next trial began. As the local emperor, Scarface knew this better than anyone else. And according to his experience, after about a month and a half, these unlucky guys who were making their last struggle would give up one after another. This was the best time for him to come out and recruit his underlings. That was why he sent his men to check out the situation. He didn't expect to accidentally find a beauty like Huayudi. Looking at Huayudi's charming and attractive appearance, Scarface couldn't help but start howling like a wolf. Although he still had some fear in his heart because of Lin Yi's slap, Lin Yi was still lying there and couldn't move. He was a master at the peak of the early stage of mysterious ascension. How could he be scared by a half-dead person? As for Huayudi herself, Scarface had learned his lesson from Su Lingchong. Although he was afraid that this chick's strength was not to be underestimated, He was still captivated by her beauty. He was a man who had held back for decades. Now that he had suddenly seen such a beauty, he would not be Scarface but the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. After a few days I will show everyone Murloc's account. Hehe. This is a new gift pack benefit that Murloc has made for everyone. Enter the following activation code in the game to receive it. Eat Deduk. Chapter 4736. What do you want? Huyuti pretended to be calm as she furrowed her brows. She was extremely anxious in her heart. Because this was a place she had specially found for Lin Yi, there was only one exit, but it was completely blocked by Scarface and his men. There was no way to escape, so the only way was to brace herself and scare Scarface away. Nothing much. I just heard from my subordinates that you were still here, so I came over to see if there was anything I could help you with. Scarface smiled. Due to his last bit of fear, he didn't want to force himself on her. If he could make this girl lower her head, that would be for the best. No need. I advise you to quickly take these people away. Otherwise, if they disturb my peace, don't blame me for being impolite. Huyuti pretended to be strong as she coldly snorted. Is that so? So the young lady wanted peace and quiet? That's good, but this place is really too lousy. It can't block the wind or the rain. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with peace. Scarface pinched his chin as he laughed. Huyuti looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. She didn't know what this guy was planning. The difference in strength between her and the enemy was too great. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she couldn't shed all pretense of cordiality and could only feign civility. Looking at the entire training grounds, I'm afraid that the only place that is quiet is my place. If you don't mind, why don't you come to my place to stay? Scarface suggested maliciously. No need, I'm fine staying here. You guys can go. Huyuti immediately refused. Miss, as the saying goes, you rely on your parents at home, and when you go out you rely on your friends. We met by chance and this is called fate. I'm sincerely inviting you. Don't you think you're not giving me any face? Scarface's expression changed. Then what do you want? Huyuti was shocked. If the other party turned hostile, then today would be really dangerous. I don't want anything. I just want you to stay at my place for a while and accompany me while you're at it. I feel that we can cultivate our relationship. Only then did Scarface reveal his foxtail. With a face full of saliva he chuckled and said, After all, we're all trapped in this godforsaken place and can't get out. Life has to go on. You're such a beautiful woman. You can't always be a widow with this half-dead guy. What do you say, young lady? Dream on. Huyuti's expression immediately turned as cold as ice. It was fine to feign civility, but since the other party had spoken to such an extent, she could not tolerate it. Hey, little girl, let me give you a word of advice. It's best not to say things so ruthlessly. As long as you accompany me for a few days, I guarantee that no one here will dare to touch even a single hair on your head. This is good for both of us, but if you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me for not having tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex. A stern look flashed across Knife Scar's face. Huyuti was so angry that she gritted her teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yi was behind her, she would have made a move already. Even if she had to die, she wouldn't let him have his way. I'm still being polite to you. You'd better accept it. Otherwise, when I'm not polite, then... Scarface said as he spoke. With a lewd smile on his face, he reached out to touch Huyuti's body. What if I'm not polite? Following the indifferent voice, a hand suddenly grabbed onto Scarface's perverted claw. No matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Looking at the owner of this hand, everyone gasped in unison. Without saying a word, they scattered like birds and beasts. Huyuti's eyes flickered with disbelief. She covered her small mouth with her hands, and was so excited that she couldn't say a word for a long time. Thump! Scarface was so scared that his legs went soft. A dignified early-stage mysterious ascending expert knelt down on the spot. Looking at his current expression, he was practically scared out of his wits. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't have expected it. Lin Yi, who had suffered such a terrifying injury to his abdomen, actually woke up at this time. Furthermore, He felt that his aura seemed to have become even stronger than before. Previously, this ruthless person could send him flying with a casual slap. If he wanted to kill him now, wouldn't it be easier than killing an ant? His feeling was really not wrong. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. After Lin Yi had been unconscious for so many days, his strength had unknowingly risen to the middle stage of nascent soul. At this time he had just woken up, so he hadn't fully grasped his strength yet. That was why Scarface could feel it. "You haven't answered me yet. What will happen if I'm not polite?" Lin Yi looked at Scarface, who was trembling in fear as he knelt in front of him. His tone carried a faint killing intent. "No, nothing much. I just have a cheap mouth," Scarface said as he slapped himself twice in the face. With a sullen face he begged, "Senior, please spare me. I really just have a cheap mouth. I really don't mean anything else." "Then why did you come here?" Lin Yi curled his lips non-committally. I'm here to send Senior off." Yes. I reckon that Senior is about to get bored of staying here, so I came to send you off." Scarface suddenly had an idea. "Is that so? Then why did I vaguely hear that you seem to want her to sleep with you?" The killing intent on Lin Yi's body became more and more intense. No, this is really a huge misunderstanding." Scarface was immediately scared to the point of peeing his pants. He was afraid that he would be crushed to death by Lin Yi in the next moment. He hurriedly came up with an idea and said, "Senior, I really didn't say to sleep. I said to let your wife go back with me to choose some good things as a farewell gift for you. It can also be considered a small token of my appreciation." "Really?" Lin Yi turned his head to look at Huayuti. He held her hand and winked mischievously. At this moment, Huayuti was still immersed in the sudden pleasant surprise. When she felt Lin Yi hold her hand, she suddenly reacted. Her charming face immediately flushed red. Her cheeks were like burning clouds, and the redness had already reached her ears. She didn't hear a single word that was said clearly. However, she heard the sensitive word, wife. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't have any intention of correcting her, especially when he took the initiative to hold her hand, did this mean that he had tacitly agreed? But he wasn't even ready yet. Wasn't this development a little too fast? How was she going to explain this to Master? Huayuti's mind was filled with random thoughts. She only managed to recover when Lin Yi asked for the second time. After understanding Lin Yi's meaning, she tilted her head and said, "It seems so. Then why don't we go and choose some?" Chapter 47:37. Yes, I'll lead the way. Scarface finally let out a sigh of relief. He had taken a big turn at the gates of hell, but today he really got his life back. Looking at Scarface's sorry figure, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. He turned his head and looked deeply at Huayuti. He squeezed her hand tightly and said, "You've worked hard these days, I'll remember it in my heart." He had never been a man who knew how to say sweet words. No matter how touched he was, he would only say plain and simple words. However, every word came from the bottom of his heart. "Not at all. It's what I should do." Huayuti blushed and lowered her head. "What you should do? A temporary teammate has such a big responsibility?" Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. "No. That." Huayuti stuttered for a long time. No matter what, this matter had already exceeded the boundaries of being a temporary teammate. However, as a girl, she couldn't just directly admit it and say that she inexplicably wanted to stay with him for the rest of her life, right? Lin Yi laughed. Seeing this, he no longer teased her. He immediately grabbed Huayuti's hand and directly caught up to Scarface. If he didn't keep a close eye on him, this guy might find a way to escape midway. As Lin Yi expected, Scarface really did have this idea. Although he knew that he couldn't be Lin Yi's opponent, if he let go midway, he could just find a random corner to hide in. Lin Yi wouldn't even think about finding him again. After all, in terms of familiarity with the trial grounds, no one in the world could surpass him. Unfortunately, seeing Lin Yi casually catch up with him, Scarface's extravagant hopes were immediately shattered. His heart was filled with shock and fear. He didn't dare to have any thoughts of playing tricks and could only obediently do as Lin Yi said. The three of them were extremely fast. Along the way, they were basically rushing at Scarface's top speed. As a peak early-stage mysterious ascended expert, even if he wasn't good at speed, His top speed was definitely not slow. In just an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the 10,000-year Grand Canyon. What are you standing there for? Where was the promised gift? Hurry up and take it out. Do you want me to do it myself? Lenny frowned and glanced at Scarface. Scarface was so frightened that he trembled. Trembling with fear, he quickly took out the treasures that he had accumulated over the years. Although his heart ached for these treasures, compared to his life, these treasures were nothing. If the treasures were gone, he could still bring people to continue searching for them. But if he lost his life, then he would lose everything. Looking at the various heavenly treasures piled up into a small mountain in front of him, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Huayuti's eyes couldn't help but shine brightly. Even Lenny couldn't help but nod his head in agreement. Damn it, the Mountain King profession really had a bright future ahead of him. Previously, he really couldn't tell that Scarface was actually a tycoon. You pick first. Lenny smiled at Huayuti, and Huayuti immediately pounced on him. She wouldn't be courteous to someone like Scarface, and with her experience, it was rare for her to make a mistake when it came to truly good things. After going one round, she picked 4 or 5 items. Every one of them was an extremely rare heaven and earth treasure. Scarface's heart was bleeding as he watched from the side. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yi's prestige was too great, he wouldn't have been able to resist it. At this moment he couldn't help but want to risk his life. The items that Huayuti had picked were all his special treasures. Apart from the legendary Thunder Mystic Vine, they were the most valuable in the entire training ground. In the entire trial ground, they were the most valuable. He had spent dozens of years to collect these few, but in the end all of them were taken by this little girl, leaving not a single one for him. Scarface wanted to slap himself 14,000 times on the spot. Fuck, it was all because of his cheap mouth. Why did he have to say that he was giving gifts? Even if he wanted to give gifts, he should have found a chance to secretly hide these items. Now everything was exposed to Lin Yi and Huayu Hao. This was practically sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth. But fortunately, these two people could only take 8 or 10 items at most. No matter how many items they had, they wouldn't be able to take them away. The other slightly inferior heaven and earth treasures could still be left. This time, he would just treat it as him spending money to avoid disaster. Helplessly, Scarface could only comfort himself like this. After waiting for Huayuti to finish picking, this little girl was still pouting. If it wasn't for the fact that her backpack was almost broken, she would have taken a few more. In any case, this was a rare opportunity, so it would be a waste not to take it. You won't blame us for taking so many gifts from you, right? Lin Yi looked at Huayuti's expression and couldn't help but laugh. He turned his head and glanced at the grimacing Scarface. No, how could that be possible? Scarface hurriedly smiled and shook his head. He forced a smile and said, Senior, it is my honor that you have taken a liking to these items. The more you take, the more you think highly of me. I can't be happier. If you want to take all of them, it's fine. Really? Lin Yi looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Really, it's even truer than real gold. I'm definitely speaking from the bottom of my heart. Scarface patted his chest as he spoke. He wasn't puffing himself up to look impressive, but he was already numb to it. Since the few treasures that he had kept as his trump cards had already been plundered by Huayuti, even if 5 or 6 more treasures were taken from him, it wouldn't hurt at all. Oh, since it's so difficult to refuse, then I'll respectfully accept. I'll take them all away. Lin Yi was instantly delighted. He had seen warm and hospitable people, but he had never seen such a warm and hospitable person. Being friends with a tycoon like Scarface was indeed satisfying. Yes. Scarface was still subconsciously echoing. After a moment he reacted. The dignified Mountain King at the peak of the early stage of the profound ascension realm looked like he was about to cry. He stammered, What? Senior, you're not joking, are you? No, I'm a very honest person. I usually don't joke with people. Lin Yi nodded solemnly. No, with so many things, are you sure you can take them away? The scar-faced man asked cautiously. This was the place he had accumulated over the past few decades. All sorts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been piled up into a small mountain. Although the other party was powerful, to say that he could take away all of them was nonsense. Oh, you don't have to worry about this. Carrying things is my strength. Linny smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly and earthly treasures that had piled up like a small mountain in front of him instantly disappeared into thin air. Not a single one was left. Dong! Scarface knelt on the ground on the spot. His expression was one of shock and blood. He was dumbfounded for a long time and couldn't say a word. He felt his eyes go black, and his life was in darkness. Chapter 47:38. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Scarface collapsed to the ground with a thud. He muttered the same sentence over and over again. My baby. My baby. 2 hours later, Linny and Huayuti returned to the exit of the teleportation array. Huayuti was still laughing. She had been laughing the whole way. She was happy whenever she thought of Scarface's last expression. Are you done? He suffers such a huge blow. As a girl, can you at least have some sympathy? Linny was a little speechless. You're still talking about it? It's all because of you. I think Scarface is so depressed that he wants to commit suicide. How pitiful he. Huayuti laughed as she spoke. She really didn't think that Linny would be so strange. He directly took away all of Scarface's savings. Anyone would jump off a building in such a situation. This is called spending money to avoid disaster. It's already very good for him. Otherwise, do you think I would let him go so easily? Linny smiled indifferently. Although Scarface didn't have time to attack him and Huayuti, and didn't cause any substantial harm, Linny could clearly sense what this guy had done. It was only because he was in a good mood that he was able to keep his life. Otherwise, if it were any other time, Linny might have killed him directly. Looking at his despairing look, I'm afraid he might as well die. Huayuti covered her mouth and laughed lightly. As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the exit of the teleportation array. She, who was originally in a good mood, suddenly frowned. She looked at Linny helplessly and said, What do we do now? We definitely can't get out of here. It seems like we can only wait until the next trial starts. Are the restrictions of this teleportation array really so strict? Linny also frowned. If it wasn't for Ning Shuefei, being trapped here wouldn't be a big problem. At worst, he could just treat it as a closed-door training. But now that it was related to Ning Shuefei's marriage, they had to quickly think of a way to get out. It should be. When you were unconscious, I asked the two West Island guards for advice, and they told me very clearly. Even the strongest attack of a nascent soul stage cultivator could only barely activate the teleportation after a month. Moreover, they would have to use all of their strength to activate the teleportation. But now it has already been a month and a half. Huayuti sighed. If it weren't for such a long time, with Lin Yi's strength far beyond the peak of Yuanying realm, she believed that he could give it a try. Maybe he could really break the limit of 1 month. But now an entire month and a half had passed. It was impossible no matter how he thought about it. If that's the case, why didn't you try to open it once, throw me out, and then teleport yourself again? Linny couldn't help but ask. That's what I thought, and I even specifically asked the two West Island guards about it. They said that it might not work, and with your condition at that time it was very difficult for you to withstand the high load of the teleportation process. I was afraid that something would happen to you, so I didn't dare to try. Huayuti shook her head and added, furthermore, even with my strength at the peak nascent soul stage, it's impossible for me to continuously unleash my strongest attack in a short period of time. I can't hold back at all. So that's how it is. Linny nodded in realization. He could continuously activate the strongest killing move, so he subconsciously took it for granted that others were also such freaks. Strictly speaking, continuously activating the strongest killing move, this in itself was already an extremely heaven-defying ability. It was simply impossible for ordinary people to do it. This was not just a matter of talent. If it could become the strongest killing move, it would inevitably consume a lot of true chi. Many people would even consume all their true chi in one move. Linny also relied on the jade pendant to replenish his true chi, so he could be so unscrupulous and casual. If it was a cultivator like Huayuti, she wouldn't be able to recover without a few months. By that time, the daylilies would have already rotted away. At that time, I really wanted to take a risk and try it. Maybe I could really send you out, but I definitely couldn't go out that way. I was afraid that even if you could successfully survive the teleportation, you would be targeted by Kai Zi and his accomplices when you reached the other side. I thought for a long time before giving up this idea. Huayuti said. So it can really be done like this. If I activate it outside the teleportation array, there is a chance that I can send you out? Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. He just casually asked. He never thought that there was really such a possibility. After all, according to what Yen Xinlan said before the trial began, to activate the teleportation array, one must channel true qi from the inside to attack the teleportation array. The people outside couldn't attack at all. Lin Yi thought that this was a dead rule. He didn't expect that it was not completely the case. Seems to be possible. When I asked the 2 West Island guards, they didn't completely deny it. They just said that it was very difficult. Huayuti tried hard to recall. Then you enter the teleportation array first. I will try it outside. If I can succeed, you can go out. Lin Yi immediately decided. You can open it? Huayuti was shocked. She had already given up the idea of going out. She never thought that Lin Yi would have the confidence to try it at this time. I don't dare to guarantee it, but it's not illegal to try. Anyway, I'm idle here. If it doesn't work, I'll think of other ways. Lin Yi didn't take it seriously and smiled. According to his speculation, this trial teleportation array would recognize the strength of the teleportation target. However, the final driving force used for teleportation was still the powerful true qi absorbed by the array I. In other words, even after a month, as long as the true qi produced was enough to be converted into the driving force for teleportation, then the teleportation array would be activated. After all, that 1-month deadline was only set for ordinary nascent soul stage cultivators, who could activate the extreme power of true qi. It definitely didn't include him, Lin Yi. Of course, this was only a guess of Lin Yi's. Whether or not he could succeed still depended on the result of the attempt. As long as this theory was established, Lin Yi believed that the 2 of them should be able to leave smoothly, because the power of the move he activated was far above that of ordinary nascent soul stage cultivators. Although a month and a half had passed, there was still a possibility of success. Oh, all right then. Seeing that Lin Yi was so excited, although Huayuti felt that it was impossible, she still obediently walked into the teleportation array. Chapter 4739. If there were no special moves, ordinary cultivators would not be able to attack it from the outside. However, this obstacle was naturally not difficult for Lin Yi. If he only wanted to attack the array I inside, he had at least 5 ways. But now that he needed to use the strongest martial arts, Lin Yi undoubtedly chose the 5 elements murderous aura. With a soul-stirring low dragon roar, a 5 elements murderous aura rushed out of Lin Yi's palm. Although the speed was extremely fast and overbearing, it gave people the feeling that it was like a real dragon floating. As long as Lin Yi thought about it, it could easily change direction at any time. Not surprisingly, the 5 elements murderous aura hit the teleportation array I without any suspense. Then, under the extremely surprised eyes of Huayuti, the entire teleportation array suddenly glowed with a dazzling white light, and it was actually activated. Seeing Huayuti's figure disappear in the teleportation array, Lin Yi suddenly felt relieved. Just now, he only used 50% of his true qi, and he was able to send Huayuti away smoothly. It could be seen that even if the theory he had imagined was not completely correct, it should be close to it. His previous guess was right. The reason why the West Island officials stated that 1 month was the teleportation limit was that the attack limit of a Yuanying stage master could only reach this step. But Lin Yi was different. His real strength was now comparable to a real master of the profound ascending stage, and the power of his martial arts was far from comparable to other masters of the Yuanying stage. Not only that, Lin Yi was only a master of the middle stage Yuanying stage on the surface. The true qi he urged was also the true qi of the Yuanying stage, but the power was amazing, so it was not limited by the level of the teleportation array. Otherwise, if it was a master of the profound ascending stage, the teleportation array might not be able to bear the true qi of the profound ascending stage. Naturally, there was no way to send people out like Lin Yi. Perhaps this was the real trick. It was like a ferry, wanting to cross a 100-mile river with high wind and waves. The ferry had to have enough power, or else it would be impossible to reach the other side. At the same time, the passengers on the ferry could not exceed the load of the ferry itself, or else they would not even be qualified to board the ferry, let alone cross the river. Ordinary Yuanying stage masters can't provide such a strong force, And as for the masters of the profound ascending stage, although they have this power, they are seriously overweight and can't board the ship. Only a freak like Lin Yi, the weight of a Yuaning stage master, has the power of a profound ascending stage master. Only then could he succeed in forcing his way through. Without hesitation, Lin Yi immediately approached the teleportation formation, and another 5 elements murderous aura activated the teleportation. In the afternoon, after experiencing a torturous wait that felt like a year, Kong Mingming and Su Lingchong finally got through the daunting experience without mishap, and they successfully waited until the moment when the trial results would be announced. In the side courtyard of the palace, a group of judges and trial takers gathered once again. When they saw Ning Shangling and Ning Shuefei reappear in front of everyone, the corners of Kong Mingming's mouth curled up. Looking at Ning Shuefei, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. From now on, this little beauty will belong to him. Seeing Kong Mingming's undisguised perverted expression, Ning Shuefei couldn't help but feel nauseous. She looked helplessly at Ning Shangling in front of her, hoping that her mother could help her get rid of this shameless bastard. Unfortunately, in the face of her daughter's request for help, Ning Shangling had no response. As the master of West Island, on this occasion, no matter how much she cared about Ning Shuefei, it was impossible for her to say anything in public. In fact, even if she had arranged any backup plan, it was impossible to let Ning Shuefei know that these dirty things were enough for her as a mother. Now it was not Ning Shuefei's turn to bear the burden. However, she didn't know that the innocent and kind daughter in Ning Shangling's eyes had secretly made up her mind at this moment. If she really let Kong Mingming, this shameless bastard, succeed today, then she would follow the example of Shanghai Laner's small curly bear and find a chance to kill Kong Mingming, so that he and Su Lingchong could sympathize with each other. Kong Mingming was totally unaware of this. He was still immersed in the dream of ruling the harem of West Island. If Su Lingchong hadn't reminded him from time to time, he would have laughed like a fool. Thank you, judges. All the results of the trial takers have been accurately measured. I believe it is fair and objective enough. I will announce the final result now. Ning Shangling glanced at the audience and announced slowly. Before she finished speaking, everyone's eyes had automatically focused on Kong Mingming. Everyone knew that this guy must be the winner who had the last laugh. There was no doubt about it. However, at this moment, a commotion suddenly came from the direction of the teleportation portal not far away. Everyone turned to look, only to find that 2 people had suddenly appeared at the teleportation portal's exit. In an instant, everyone present was dumbfounded. Hey? Everyone is here. Seems that we are not late. How lucky we are. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi smiled faintly as he walked towards them. Huiyuti followed behind him with a light smile. This time it had been delayed for half a month. Lin Yi thought that the result had already been settled, and things would be a little tricky to deal with. However, he didn't expect that Ning Shangling had also delayed for half a month, and he and Huiyuti happened to catch up. This was really a coincidence. Lin Yi. Ning Shuefei's eyes instantly lit up. Han Jingjing and Shangguan Laner, who were by her side, had already shouted for Lin Yi and little junior brother while cheering and jumping as they rushed over. If not for her mother blocking in front of her, Ning Shuefei would probably have rushed over even faster than the 2 of them. However, she could only wave desperately from afar. Lin Yi chuckled as he responded to the girls. Meanwhile, Huiyuti, who was behind him, couldn't wait to run over to Lu Ziyu's side. Lu Ziyu had been very worried for her during this period of time. She had clearly become a little haggard, and looking at her made her heart ache. Brother Ling, you're fine. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Qi Wenhan laughed loudly at the side. He came forward with Xiao Luoluo and gave Lin Yi a fierce bear hug. In this half a month, he had really been on tenterhooks. Every day he didn't know the taste of his food and couldn't sleep at night. He had lost a lot of weight, and even his originally masculine aura had become a little shallow. Hihi. Sorry to have made you guys worry. Lin Yi was touched. If they weren't brothers who had gone through thick and thin with each other, why would they be so worried for him? Qi Wenhan had not been a brother for nothing. Chapter 4740. This disciple from the North Island. Are you questioning the impartiality of our West Island? Yin Xinlan immediately stared at Kong Mingming with anger and murderous intent in her eyes. This guy not only dug up the Thunder Xian vine, but also dared to question West Island in public for opening the back door for Lin Yi. In her eyes, it was a deliberate provocation. Did he really think that West Island didn't kill people? No, I just feel strange. Otherwise, how can we explain this guy's sudden appearance? Is that right? Kong Mingming was shocked when he saw this, and quickly pulled the other people present to be his shield. After all, everyone like him was curious about how Lin Yi and Hui Yudi could suddenly appear. In fact, not only these people at this time, even Ning Shangling, Yan Xinlan, and the other high-level members of West Island also felt that it was incredible. After a whole month and a half, they could still be transmitted out. This was something that had never happened before. This was the first time, which was simply unprecedented. Oh, it seems that you're really curious about this. Then I'll be merciful and tell you that it was the master of the profound ascending stage who sent us out. Lin Yi smiled lightly. What? Impossible. If he can send you out, why didn't he come out himself? Kong Mingming's brain worked very fast this time, and he immediately found a flaw. Everyone else was also confused, especially Ning Shangling and others. They were familiar with the operation of the teleportation formation, and they knew that it was impossible for a master of the profound ascending stage to start the teleportation formation. They had tried many times before, but they had never succeeded. Then you can ask him. That guy has been trapped in there for so many years. Who knows what he has learned? There are so many weird people these days. Lin Yi made up irresponsibly. He didn't want others to doubt him, so he simply made up his mind. Anyway, no one could ask the scarred man for confirmation now. Whatever he said, it was useless even if he doubted it. Hui Yudi giggled when she heard this. However, she immediately tightened her expression. Since Lin Yi didn't want others to know, then she could only accompany him to keep it a secret until the end of time. Everyone looked at each other when they heard this. Scarface and the other trial takers had all seen this before. How could such a greedy and cruel mountain king be so kind as to send someone out for no reason? However, no matter how much they didn't believe it, there was nothing they could do. Just as Lin Yi thought, there was no way to verify this matter. As long as Hui Yudi did not expose him, he could only allow Lin Yi to spout nonsense, and in the end it would become a meaningless case without a lead. Humph! Kong Mingming looked at Lin Yi and snorted coldly. He said arrogantly, "It doesn't matter. You can't pose any threat to me anyway. I'll show you the moment of my final victory." Oh! Lin Yi smiled nonchalantly, too lazy to deal with the guy. He turned to Ning Shangling and asked, "I'm sorry, but I didn't say anything. Where can I register the spoils?" Ning Shangling smiled slightly and nodded to the disciple of West Island who was in charge of this matter. Immediately, a judge came over and appraised Lin Yi in public. The result is already obvious. What good treasure can this guy who can't even save his life take out? It's really a waste of everyone's time. Kong Mingming sneered on the side. Most of the others had the same idea. However, when they saw clearly what Lin Yi took out, the whole audience suddenly boiled. Thunder Xianratan, it was Thunder Xianratan again. Ning Shangling, Yan Xinlan, and other high-level officials of West Island couldn't help but feel their eyelids twitch. A Thunder Xianratan was dug out by Kong Mingming before. That was enough to make them angry. They didn't expect that Lin Yi would take out another one now. How could other disciples of West Island survive? However, when they carefully looked at the Thunder Xianratan that Lin Yi took out, the eyes of the high-level officials of West Island suddenly became much kinder. This was a mature Thunder Xianratan, and it was not uprooted. That was to say, this was completely reasonable, and it was totally different from the one Kong Mingming had. Kong Mingming suddenly stared at it, and he couldn't say a word. He could only turn his head and look at Su Lingchong next to him. How could this pretentious guy have a Thunder Xianratan, and it's a mature Thunder Xianratan? Su Lingchong also shook his head incredulously. When they went in, there was no mature Thunder Xianratan, and there was no place for Lin Yi and Hui Yudi to hide it at that time. How did it come about? The whole audience was in an uproar. Before, Kong Mingming was undoubtedly the first with an immature Thunder Xianratan. Unexpectedly, a mature Thunder Xianratan popped out and stepped on Kong Mingming. This scene was so dramatic that it seemed to have been discussed. It's impossible. How could it be possible? Where did you get it? Kong Mingming stared blankly, and his expression showed that he was about to go crazy. His dream of the harem in West Island was about to come true, but it was suddenly stepped on and smashed into pieces. In particular, the other party was Lin Yi, his sworn enemy. Anyone would go crazy. Oh, it was also given to me by the master of the mysterious ascension stage. He is actually a very good man. Lin Yi's irresponsible answer immediately made the audience's eyes fall to the ground. This. Kong Ming was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned black and he almost passed out on the spot. The higher one climbed, the harder he fell. At this moment it was a true portrayal of him. While Lin Yi shocked the audience, Huayuti didn't need to win the final victory like him, but she still had to go through the motions. She casually took out 2 treasures of heaven and earth that she extorted from the scarred man, and she could easily deal with it, and she wouldn't lose face for Lu Ziyu. As for the Thunder Xianrattan, it was naturally better to hide it as deep as possible, unless he had to take it like Lin Yi, otherwise only a fool would take it out in public to show off. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble for no reason? In this way, no one could shake Lin Yi's first place. No matter how unwilling Kong Ming was, it was useless. Compared with Lin Yi's Thunder Xianrattan, the value of his immature Thunder Xianrattan was not just a little bit lower. There was basically no comparison between them. After all, a mature Thunder Xianrattan could refine the best quality Thunder Xian pill, while an immature Thunder Xianrattan could at most refine a low-grade Thunder Xian pill. The success rate of the former was close to 100%, while the latter was less than 60% at most. What was there to compare? At this time, standing in the corner, Ren Zhongyuan and the others looked at the Thunder Xianrattan in Lin Yi's hands from afar. Their faces were filled with greed, and they couldn't help but look at each other. They really didn't think that such a weak guy would be able to get a mature Thunder Xianrattan in the end. This kind of heaven-defying luck was really fucking crazy. Chapter 47-41. Ren Zhongyuan and the others couldn't help but regret secretly. It would be great if they didn't part ways with this kid. Maybe the Thunder Xianrattan wouldn't have fallen into this kid's hands. Instead, it would have been theirs. The longevity route that the 3 of them had worked so hard to get was simply a street good compared with the Thunder Xianrattan. But it was useless to regret now. They couldn't do anything except drool at this time. Fortunately, since Lin Yi was bound to be the first, it meant that he would soon become Ning Shangling's son-in-law. Once he became West Island's son-in-law, he would definitely have nothing to do with Huayuti. This was Ren Zhongyuan's only self-comfort. However, at this moment, the 2 underlings standing behind him, Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu, saw this scene and wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Huayuti didn't come out before, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that her life and death were unknown. Therefore, the 2 of them felt that there was no need to add to Ren Zhongyuan's troubles, so they didn't say what they saw in the trial ground before. But now, not only did Huayuti come out, even her wild man came out with her. The 2 of them had to let Ren Zhongyuan know. Otherwise, if this matter were to be exposed in the future, and Ren Zhongyuan found out that they had been cuckolded for so long because of the 2 of them hiding it, he would definitely flip out on the spot. The 2 of them couldn't bear Ren Zhongyuan's monstrous anger. That? Brother Ren, there's something we have to tell you. You have to hold on, Li Yuzhou said cautiously. What's the matter? Ren Zhongyuan looked back at the 2 of them who wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. He couldn't help but frown. If you have something to say it quickly. Ugh, that's fine. Brother Ren, you must hold on. Li Yuzhou whispered and then gave Sun Baolu a look, motioning him to speak. Brother Ren, in fact, Huayuti has already hooked up with the man named Lin Yi. We saw her and Lin Yi having sex in broad daylight in the trial ground before. This is a real adulterous couple. Sun Baolu said bluntly. What the fuck are you talking about? Ren Zhongyuan slapped Sun Baolu without saying anything. Sun Baolu spun around 3 times from the slap. He saw stars and almost fainted. It wasn't that Ren Zhongyuan didn't believe them, it was just that this matter was simply impossible. Who was Huayuti? She was one of the Eastern continent's prideful pair. She was a pure and innocent girl. How could she casually hook up with a man? What kind of fucking hookup? This kid's brain must be filled with sperm and dreaming. We're not talking nonsense. We took a photo. Hurry up and show it to Brother Ren. Sun Baolu covered his swollen mouth with one hand and looked at Ren Zhongyuan pitifully while urging Li Yuzhou to take out the evidence. Under Ren Zhongyuan's murderous gaze, Li Yuzhou hurriedly took out his digital camera. After fiddling with it for a while, he found the photo he had taken at that time and carefully handed it to Ren Zhongyuan. Ren Zhongyuan took it and looked at it. He was stunned. Although this photo was not particularly clear, it was enough to distinguish the two protagonists in it. Who else could it be but Huiyuti lying on it? Looking at the unrestrained positions of the two people in the photo, he watched helplessly as his goddess actually hooked up with a man. Ren Zhongyuan's whole heart was cold. In an instant he was disheartened and even had the thought of dying. Yo, I didn't expect this Miss Hua to look so pure. I didn't expect her to be so open. What a pity. Yi Xiaotian, who was next to him, came over and took a look. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had also coveted Huiyuti for a long time. TSK, I have long said that she is a woman. Senior brother Ren, you didn't believe me before. Now seeing is believing. Yao Jelly didn't miss the opportunity to gossip. Huiyuti had always been high and mighty in front of them, a goddess who didn't eat the food of mortals. Now she was finally beaten back to her original form. She was just a shameless slut. 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 Ren Zhongyuan was so angry that smoke came out of his head. He gritted his teeth and looked at the adulterous couple, Lin Yi and Huiyuti. At this moment there were only two things in his mind. Kill Lin Yi and then kill Huiyuti the bitch. It was a pity that this was the territory of West Island, and it was also the side courtyard of the summer palace under the watchful eyes of the public. No matter how angry Ren Zhongyuan was, he could only hold it back first. Otherwise, if he moved a little, he would be the first to be unlucky. Don't worry, brother Ren. You don't have to kill to vent your anger. I have a way to embarrass this adulterous couple in front of everyone, so that you can vent your anger. Li Yuzhou rolled his eyes and suggested a plan. Do you really have a way? Although Ren Zhongyuan's eyes were still full of fire, he was still a little rational. Hearing this, he turned his head and looked at him. Li Yuzhou nodded repeatedly and whispered in Li Yuzhou's ear. Ren Zhongyuan nodded again and said with a face full of resentment, Okay, I'll do as you say. Today, let everyone see the true colors of this adulterous couple, and then I'll find a chance to kill them. While they were talking, Ning Shangling had begun to announce the result in public. Although there was no suspense, she still had to go through the formalities. Everyone, after the cross-evaluation of a group of judges, I officially announce that the final winner of this West Island trial is Lin Yi from the North Island. There weren't any cheers or noises, but everyone looked at Lin Yi with envy, especially Kong Xiaoming's eyes that were filled with venom. Since he had won the West Island test, it was time to announce the more important show. According to the rules set at the previous birthday party, the winner of this West Island trial can become my daughter's future husband. Lin Yi, are you willing? Ning Shangling's eyes fell on Lin Yi, and there was a little imperceptible joy in her eyes. After all, he was the candidate she had been optimistic about for a long time. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a dragon among men. What was more, he had a relationship with her daughter, and the two could be said to be a match made in heaven. Lin Yi glanced at Ning Shuofei, who was so shy that her heart was in a mess for a moment. Answering this question meant that he would be married to Ning Shuofei from now on, which was too unfair to the other women who had been waiting for him. Be it in terms of feelings or bonds, any one of them was far above Ning Shuofei. In terms of status, they were the ones who should be at the top. He felt that he owed them far too much, and he wouldn't be able to repay this debt in a lifetime. However, it was an emergency, and it was impossible for Lin Yi to retreat at this time. Under the eyes of the public, he nodded solemnly and said, I'm willing. Chapter 47-42. These three simple words made Ning Shuofei immersed in unparalleled shyness and joy. Although she had been thinking a lot these days, and although her heart belonged to Lin Yi, she also knew that this matter was actually too hasty. Therefore, she had been a little hesitant in her heart. She wasn't sure if she could really entrust the rest of her life to him. However, because of Lin Yi's serious injuries, this hesitance and uneasiness in the past half a month had been covered up. She didn't expect that things would take a turn today. Only then did Ning Shuofei realize that she was really going to settle down with Lin Yi. All of this happened too suddenly, so suddenly that she was caught unprepared. She didn't know how to react. But now, although Ning Shuofei still didn't know what the future would be, she already knew her feelings. Because when she heard these three words from Lin Yi, She was very relieved and happy. This was already enough. Hearing these 3 words from Lin Yi, Han Jingjing and Laner, who were crowding around him, suddenly felt a little sour in their hearts for some reason. This feeling was complicated and difficult to understand. They had never felt this way before. With their characters, they rarely worried about anything. Even when Lin Yi was seriously injured this time, they were only worried for a while at the beginning. Later on, when they found out that Lin Yi was fine, they quickly returned to their previous state. However, this time, they couldn't help but feel an indescribable bitterness in their hearts. It was as if their beloved things had been snatched away. Although they knew that Lin Yi wouldn't leave them because of this, they still felt an inexplicable sense of loss. However, the 2 of them wouldn't really be bothered by this matter. After all, the idea of letting Lin Yi become Ning Xuefei's future husband was instigated by the 2 of them at the beginning. In the future, they would eventually have such a day. It was just that their best friend, Ning Xuefei, had gotten ahead of them temporarily. Compared to Han Jingjing and Laner, Huiyuti was really worried about her gains and losses. Looking at Lin Yi, she couldn't help but bite her lips. She didn't know how she should react at this moment. Should she congratulate Lin Yi? Or should she hold a grudge against this heartless man who doesn't know how to flirt? Huiyuti couldn't help but feel a little regretful. She regretted coming out and staying in the trial with Lin Yi. Wouldn't that be great? Once they came out, Lin Yi would definitely marry Ning Xuefei. This was something that had been announced long ago, and Lin Yi had also told her personally. How could he have forgotten about such an important matter just now? At the side, Lu Ziyu sighed. She patted Huiyuti's hand lightly. Huiyuti was her precious disciple, whom she had brought up since she was young. She wasn't even her biological daughter, but she was even closer to her biological daughter. How could she not know what Huiyuti was thinking about? She originally thought that it would be nice if Lin Yi could become a couple with her precious disciple. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. Now that Lin Yi had become Ning Xuefei's future husband, he definitely couldn't marry anyone else. Not only the people of West Island wouldn't agree, but even she, Lu Ziyu, wouldn't agree. Seeing that Lin Yi agreed in public, Ning Shangling was happy. She was about to officially decide on their marriage. However, before she spoke, 2 people suddenly stood out from the crowd and said loudly, "No!" Everyone present was stunned at once, and they all looked at Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu strangely. They even dared to interrupt Ning Shangling's words in public. These 2 people were out of their minds. Were they tired of living? Who said no? How dare they make trouble in our West Island? Come on, drag them out. Ning Shangling didn't need to speak. Yan Xinlan, who was next to her, immediately ordered with a gloomy face. 4 disciples of West Island with towering momentum suddenly appeared around the 2 people. They were not ordinary guards. Disciples who could directly obey Yan Xinlan, the deputy island owner, were the elites of West Island. At least they had the cultivation of the mysterious ascending period. With the strength of Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu, they had no power to resist at all. The 2 people were so scared that they wet their pants on the spot. If they were really dragged out, they would be half disabled even if they didn't die. They hurriedly shouted, "Wait! Lin Yi has a big problem with his character. He doesn't deserve to be West Island's son-in-law." As soon as these words came out, all the people present were in an uproar. Lin Yi himself looked inexplicable. He squinted at Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu, but he had no impression of these 2 guys. But when he saw them standing next to Ren Zhongyuan's group, he seemed to be thinking about something. Oh! Ning Shangling didn't feel offended. She stopped the 4 guards of West Island with a look, and then her eyes fell on the 2 people, signaling them to continue talking. It was related to Ning Xuefei's marriage, and there was no room for carelessness. Although Ning Shangling was quite satisfied with Lin Yi, if he really had a big problem with his character as these 2 people said, then she had to reconsider. Although Ning Shangling's eyes were still calm and gentle at the moment, and other people present didn't feel anything strange, Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu suddenly felt a lot of pressure. The majesty and overbearing hidden in her eyes couldn't be felt by outsiders. There was no pressure in her eyes, but the 2 people involuntarily knelt down. They couldn't help it, their knees didn't listen to them. In the previous trial, we saw with our own eyes that Lin Yi and Huiyuti had sex in broad daylight. To be able to do such an immoral thing, it can be seen how bad this kid's character is. How can such a person be the prince consort of the West Island? Sun Baolu couldn't bear the huge pressure and quickly said, "Yes, yes, we have evidence. You can see it for yourselves," Li Yuzhou said as he took out the camera and showed it to everyone present openly. In an instant the whole scene was in an uproar. There were always busybodies everywhere. After seeing such a hot photo, they all started to whistle at Lin Yi and Huiyuti. All kinds of unpleasant comments came one after another. The side courtyard of the island master's palace became a low-class bar, full of obscene words. Ning Shangling, who had always been graceful and generous at this moment, her face completely darkened. Even though she was far away with her strength, she could naturally see clearly at a glance. The two people in the photo were none other than Lin Yi and Huiyuti. Although Ning Shangling had already asked people to carefully investigate Lin Yi and knew that he had many lovers, not only Shanghai Laner and Han Jingjing were related to him, but also in other places, even in places like Middle Island and East Continent. There was no doubt that this was a man who was overflowing with love affairs. Chapter 47-43. But according to the rules passed down by the ancestors of West Island, if Lin Yi became Ning Shuefei's husband, he could only be with Ning Shuefei in name for the rest of his life, and couldn't have other women. After all, this was a society of women's rights. As the successor of West Island, Ning Shuefei naturally had to set an example for the people of West Island. However, rules were dead but people were alive. Ning Shangling knew very well that if they clung to these rules, then West Island would never be able to recruit an extraordinary genius like Lin Yi. If they secluded themselves, they would only get weaker and weaker, and the gap between them and other Heaven Stage islands would get bigger and bigger. In the end, they could only sink into oblivion forever. In fact, Ning Shangling had a lot of ways to circumvent this so-called ancestral rule, but there was an important prerequisite. Before these things were properly handled, they couldn't be brought up in public, and had to be done in private. But now Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu suddenly jumped out at this time, and casually let everyone present see the photos. This immediately messed up Ning Shangling's plan, and it was hard to get off the tiger. And at this moment Lu Ziyu's face was also very ugly. She could accept the relationship between Lin Yi and Huiyuti in private, but to be exposed in public like this, that was a disgrace to the whole East Continent. Lu Ziyu suddenly flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although she secretly hated Huiyuti for not having self-respect, she hated Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu the most at this time. These two busybodies with ulterior motives. By doing this, not only did they disgrace her in East Continent, but more importantly, they damaged Huiyuti's reputation, which was the most important thing for a girl. After noticing Lu Ziyu's fierce gaze, Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu couldn't help but be frightened. He had already knelt down because of Ning Shangling's gaze. This time he couldn't even kneel steadily. His whole body was almost lying on the ground. His whole body was trembling like a sieve, and he couldn't stop trembling. Even if Lu Ziyu couldn't kill them in public in this public place, don't forget that they were going back to East Continent on the treasure ship together. At that time, the Vice Dean of Morning Pride Academy could casually think of something. It could kill the two of them without making a sound. Only then did the two of them feel extremely regretful. They wished they could slap themselves until they fainted. Fuck, why did they come up with such a stupid idea in a moment of hot-headedness? This was simply courting death. However, now that things had come to this, it was useless no matter how much they regretted it. Faced with the hostile gazes of Ning Shangling, Lu Ziyu and Yan Xinlan, they could only brace themselves and continue speaking. In this West Island trial, everyone knew that it was related to the marriage of the princess of West Island. However, Lin Yi did something improper with Huiyuti in the trial. He clearly didn't put everyone in West Island in his eyes. Li Yuzhou hurriedly shifted his hatred. Yes, this kind of person is morally inferior. He doesn't even take such an important trial seriously. Instead, he impairs public morals and plays with other women in broad daylight. How can this kind of person entrust the princess of West Island to him? Sun Baolu echoed. Those who were watching a good show didn't mind the matter getting bigger. The others also started to make a ruckus. Huiyuti's face turned pale when she heard that. She became anxious instantly. She broke away from Lu Ziyu's hand and was ready to stand up and tell the truth. However, Lin Yi stood up one step ahead of her. He didn't want Huiyuti to clarify. Although there was nothing between them, even if Huiyuti told the truth, He couldn't escape the fact that he was lying under her skirt to treat the poison. If it was spread out, it would still cause irreparable damage to her reputation. Is it interesting to say this? Can this photo be used as evidence against us? Linny said slowly and calmly. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. When this happened, everyone thought that Linny would fly into a rage out of shame, but they didn't expect this guy to act like nothing had happened. It seemed that this had nothing to do with him at all. Could it be that it was fake? Isn't this the evidence? Everyone has seen it. This is the real and irrefutable evidence. Do you still want to quibble? Li Yuzhou hurriedly insisted. Irrefutable evidence? You think a random photo can be used as irrefutable evidence? Ignorance isn't your fault, but treating us as fools like you is really not right. Linny curled his lips disapprovingly. Ignorance? How are we ignorant? Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu couldn't help but look at each other. The rest of the people revealed expressions of confusion. In any case, they didn't dare to join in the commotion at this time. Otherwise, they would really be treated as brainless fools. Wouldn't that make them clowns that would be laughed at by others? Seeing that Linny had grasped the rhythm of everyone present with just a few sentences, and that a crisis that was about to get out of hand was actually so easily controlled by him, Ning Shangling, who had a gloomy expression, couldn't help but slightly curve up the corners of her mouth. It seems that Linny is not only superior in strength, but he is also well versed in the way of dealing with people. He is far from being comparable to other young people of the same generation. He is really extraordinary. I came from the secular world. The mobile phones and cameras in the secular world now have Photoshop functions. It is very simple to put two people together. How can this be used as evidence? How dare you take it out to fool people on such a solemn occasion where so many sages gather? Linny sneered and looked at the two of them like he was looking at idiots. This kind of retarded trick can only fool some brainless people. If you want to fool me from the secular world, you are simply asking to be humiliated. Yeah, Big Bro Lin's right. If you two want to, Jing can even Photoshop the two of you together. Do whatever you want, whatever position you want, even if it's Photoshopped, you guys don't want it. Han Jingjing said in support of Lin Yi. Her words made everyone burst into laughter. Although they didn't understand some of the secular words, they were smart people with flexible brains. It didn't prevent them from understanding the meaning. At this time, the gazes that they looked at Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu became evil. The two of them were so embarrassed that their old faces turned red. Do you have evidence to prove that this photo is real? Ning Shangling immediately asked. The answer was obvious. Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu were genuine natives of Heaven Stage Island. It was already amazing that they could use a camera. They thought that a photo was irrefutable evidence. How could they have thought that there was such a thing? The two of them were completely illiterate in technology. If they could explain this clearly in public, pigs could fly in the sky. Chapter 47-44. They had slandered Huayuti and Lin Yi in public. The former was Lu Ziyu's precious disciple, while the latter was Ning Shuefei's fiancé. Once they were convicted, the consequences could be imagined. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would definitely be punished. They might not even be able to return to the East Continent. Seeing that the matter was about to be settled, Kong Mingming suddenly jumped out and said excitedly, "Whether the photos are real or not, I have the right to speak. I'm also from the secular world. As long as you bring the camera over and let me see if it has the Photoshop function, the truth will be revealed." For a moment, everyone revealed expressions of watching a good show. Kong Mingming's intention was obvious. As long as he could bring down Lin Yi, then based on the results of this trial, he would undoubtedly be the biggest beneficiary. That was why he was so proactive. With such a sudden change in the situation, Lin Yi immediately knew that things were not going well. Of course, he knew that the photos of the two people were not photoshopped, especially since the other party's camera was a single-lens reflex. It did not have the so-called Photoshop function. He had said that just now purely to fool these two fools. It was obviously impossible to fool Kong Mingming, a person from the secular world. As expected, Kong Mingming took the camera and looked at it, then began to speak with fervor and assurance. He laid out all kinds of facts and reasoning to the people present in a professional and thorough manner. In fact, he had already seen through it. Otherwise, he would not have jumped out so easily. It was a pity that the people present were all natives of the heavenly stage island. No matter how talented they were, no matter how wise and far-sighted they had no scientific knowledge. Although Kong Mingming said a few seemingly profound professional terms from time to time, it did not help in explaining the matter at all. Instead, it made people even more confused. They looked at each other and shook their heads in confusion. Kong Xiaoming was a dabbler himself, and it wasn't easy for him to explain the situation with just his mouth, especially with Lin Yi's random interruption in the middle. He had to rack his brain for a long time, and even after talking for a long time until his mouth was dry, he still couldn't convince anyone. The final result was that the crowd wasn't completely one-sided and remained skeptical. Although it still caused a lot of trouble for Lin Yi, he didn't manage to take down Lin Yi as he wished. The result could only be considered passable. What was supposed to be the closing ceremony of the trial had been turned into a science and technology debate. The development of the situation was really unexpected. Ning Shangling really didn't know what to say. Ning Shangling wanted to end this farce, but she couldn't help but worry about Lin Yi and Hui Yudi's reputation. If she abruptly stopped it, people would definitely gossip about her. No matter how she tried to explain or salvage the situation, it would be useless. Therefore, everyone, including Ning Shangling, could only continue to listen patiently. The wrangling would only end when they could come to a conclusion that everyone was convinced of. All of this. Hui Yudi was also confused, but she already understood Lin Yi's intentions. She couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. Since she didn't need to say this somewhat awkward truth, it naturally couldn't be any better. That was naturally for the best. Seeing that everyone was getting a little impatient, and that Kong Mingming's explanation was becoming more and more useless, Hui Yudi didn't miss the opportunity to stand out. She said with an indifferent expression, "Island Lord Ning, don't listen to that idiot's nonsense. Don't listen to that guy's bullshit. He was the one who injured Lin Yi during the test. He has a huge grudge against us. Therefore, he's thinking of ways to maliciously slander us. His intentions are deserving of death." Oh, he was the one who injured Lin Yi? Ning Shangling's bright and beautiful eyes immediately narrowed slightly. Even if Hui Yudi didn't explain in detail with her intelligence, she could roughly deduce what had happened based on the information she had obtained and the reactions of the two of them. Lin Yi and Kong Mingming had most likely fought over the Thunder Xian vine. The result was obvious that both sides were injured. Although both of them had obtained a Thunder Xian vine, Ning Shangling was clearly on Lin Yi's side. Kong Mingming was a shameless person who didn't abide by the rules. He really deserved to die. In that case, what he said was all false. No wonder he couldn't explain himself after talking for so long. Lu Ziyu said as she stared at Kong Mingming with an unfriendly expression. She naturally had to help her disciple when there was an opportunity like this. That's right. Actually, there's no need for this matter to be so complicated. Disciple's chastity mark is still here. And that's the most convincing evidence. That idiot said so much nonsense just to confuse everyone's attention and fish in troubled waters. He's a despicable person, harboring malicious intentions. Hui Yudi said with a cold snort. Dire, is what you said true? Lu Ziyu was overjoyed when she heard that. She looked at Ning Shangling, and the two of them immediately asked Hui Yudi to roll up her sleeves. The chastity mark on her arm was intact. Then everyone finally had no more doubts. Different from the perjury of the photos, the chastity mark was the real evidence, which proved that Hui Yudi had not lost her virginity at all. As for having an affair with Lin Yi in broad daylight, that was naturally a lie. Ning Shangling's dignified gaze swept across the whole place and finally fell on Kong Mingming. She said calmly, "What's your name? Kong Kaizi, right? Let me tell you, it's a felony to falsely accuse others in West Island. The severity of the punishment is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Do you still want to continue to argue?" This. Kong Mingming was speechless at once. Damn it, what kind of name is this? When did I become Kong Kaizi? But now he also realized that if he continued to talk, not only would it be a waste of his saliva, he might even get into trouble. So he could only choose to shut up resentfully. When Kong Mingming saw that the situation was not good, he could withdraw himself, but as the initiators Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu, it was really hard for them to back down now. If it was a false accusation, Kong Mingming was at most joining in the fun, while the two of them were the real initiators. As for the two of you, considering that you're disciples of East State College, it's not convenient for me to punish you. Just leave it to Deputy Dean Liu to deal with. Don't spoil everyone's fun, Ning Shangling said lightly. Okay. Lu Ziyu nodded, glanced at the two of them coldly, and said on the spot, I'll deal with you properly when we go back. His words made Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu's hair stand on end. It's over, it's really over this time. This time the crime of false accusation was completely proven, and they even fell into the hands of the other party's master. Could they still have a good ending? Chapter 47-45. At this time no one would care about these two poor guys. Things were finally back on track. Ning Shangling said loudly in public, Now as the owner of West Island, I solemnly announce that Lin Yi, the disciple of North Island, is the fiancé of my daughter, Ning Shuofei. All the people present applauded. Now that they had seen the fun, of course they had to give face to the host. They couldn't let the atmosphere be awkward. Besides, many of them had seen Lin Yi's strength, so they were sincerely convinced by Lin Yi. Lin Yi, from today on, you have to remember that you are not only the disciple of the 3 pavilions of North Island, but also a member of West Island. In the future, every move you make outside should be based on the overall interests of West Island. Remember. Ning Shangling admonished him in public and then changed her tone. Of course, if someone or something offends you, you don't have to swallow it. Although we are all women in West Island, we are never afraid of trouble. I and the whole West Island will be your strongest support. Hearing this, everyone present was envious, jealous, and hateful, and Lin Yi himself couldn't help feeling excited. Until this moment he suddenly had a hindsight. There was the Will of Heaven in Middle Island, Shanghai Tianhua in North Island, Ning Shangling in West Island, and the Ghost Thing, the former Azure Dragon of the Spirit Beast clan. Unconsciously, he had gathered such a powerful alliance around him. If such a super powerful lineup could be mobilized, it would be enough to fight an unprecedented battle in Heaven Stage Island. Not to mention Dongzhou, at least in other places, they would absolutely be invincible. As you say, island owner. Lin Yi immediately nodded and said in a deep voice, Very well, you and Feifei are still young, and it's not the time for you to get married. But according to the rules passed down by the ancestors of West Island, I will arrange for you to study in Dongzhou College at the same time. First, you can see the world. Second, improve your strength. And third, cultivate your relationship. I hope that after you finish your studies and come back, you can complement each other. Take responsibility and protect West Island together. Ning Shangling said. This. Lin Yi couldn't help muttering in his heart when he heard that. Wouldn't this mess up his own arrangement? From then on, he would be completely tied to West Island and wouldn't even have the chance to act freely? Ning Shangling could tell that Lin Yi was worried. He smiled and didn't say anything. After a few more words of encouragement, he officially ended the trial of West Island, which was full of twists and turns. Everyone left one after another. Except for the West Island guards who were stationed here. Only Lin Yi and the others were left in the side courtyard. Lin Yi's mind is full of worries. Ning Shuofei blushes and doesn't dare to look up at him, while Han Jingjing and Shangguan Laner's eyes are moving back and forth on their faces. It wasn't easy for us to have such a happy ending. You should at least say something to celebrate. Why aren't you saying anything? Han Jingjing asked curiously. Yes, now that you've become the fiancé of junior brother. I'm here to interview Feifei. Do you have any acceptance speech? Shangguan Laner took a roll of paper out of nowhere and handed it to Ning Shuofei as a microphone. This girl has been with Han Jingjing for more than half a month, so she is more and more familiar with the things of the secular world. What kind of award is this? Lin Yi suddenly laughed when he heard that. Although he was a little overwhelmed by the sudden addition of Ning Shuofei as his fiancée, after all, it was something that they had discussed long ago. Besides, they weren't officially married, so he didn't really feel uncomfortable about it. He just felt it was fresh. Laner only knows how to be funny. Ning Shuofei also chuckled. After all, she is a little girl with a simple mind. She just saw that Lin Yi didn't say anything and thought that he regretted it, so she was nervous. But now looking at Lin Yi's expression, she knew that she obviously thought too much. After such a scene, the awkward atmosphere finally returned to normal. Lin Yi and the 3 women's state was the same as before. There wasn't much change. If anything, it was just that his relationship with Ning Shuefei had become a little closer. Lin Yi, what were you thinking about just now? Were you thinking about Sister Hua? Ning Shuefei rolled her eyes and suddenly suggested, "Oh yeah, we haven't thanked Sister Hua yet. Let's go to her now, okay?" Okay. Han Jingjing and Shangguan Laner nodded repeatedly. Hua Yudi was Lin Yi's great benefactor, so she was their great benefactor. Moreover, in their hearts, Hua Yudi was already a sister. Of course, they had to play together. Hearing this, Lin Yi smiled. Although the three women were all simple girls, relatively speaking, Ning Shuefei was more thoughtful. She must have noticed that Hua Yudi was a little sad just now, so she wanted to take the opportunity to comfort her, right? This is not urgent. Fei, let's go to see your mother first. I have something to ask her, Lin Yi said. What's the matter? Hearing this, Ning Shuefei was stunned, and then her pretty face suddenly turned red. She said weakly, "You don't want to ask when we will get married, do you?" Puff. Lin Yi almost choked. They just confirmed their status, and she was already thinking about getting married? What was going on in this girl's head? Did he look like he couldn't wait? No, I have other things to discuss with your mother. Fei, it's not realistic for me to stay in West Island all the time. I still have a lot of things to do, Lin Yi said helplessly. Oh. Hearing the mischievous laughter of Han Jingjing and Shangguan Laner, Ning Shuefei suddenly blushed. After a while she explained, "Actually, even if you do that with me, you don't have to stay in West Island all the time." Really? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Really, my father doesn't stay in West Island all the time, so you can also move freely, Ning Shuefei said. That's great. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, "By the way, I've never heard you talk about your father. Isn't he in West Island now?" No, a few years ago. He left with two powerful figures to protect the peace of Heaven Stage Island, and there's no news from him until now. Speaking of this, Ning Shuefei couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but she wasn't too worried. After all, her father was also a powerful figure. Even if there was no news from him, there wouldn't be an irreversible accident. He left with two powerful figures? Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully, and didn't continue to ask more questions. He still suggested, "Let's go to see your mother. I want to ask her about going to Dongzhou College." Okay. Ning Shuefei didn't mind. She immediately led Lin Yi to find Ning Shangling. Along the way, they directly came to Ning Shangling's study without any notice. Chapter 47-46. Although Han Jingjing and Shanghai Laner were also together, they didn't go in to join in the fun. Instead, they stayed outside to eat snacks. Women all like delicate and delicious snacks. In West Island, which was like a country of women, there were all kinds of snacks. The first thing they did when they got up every day was to eat snacks. You're here. Ning Shangling was dealing with some things in the study at this time. When she saw Lin Yi and Ning Shuefei come in, she just raised her head and motioned them to find a place to sit down. It seemed that she didn't treat Lin Yi, her prospective son-in-law, as an outsider. Lin Yi didn't speak directly. He and Ning Shuefei looked at each other and sat down. When Ning Shangling finished dealing with the things at hand, he cleared his throat and said, "Island owner. Call me Aunt Ning for the time being. We'll be a family in the future. It's too distant to call me island owner." Ning Shangling smiled gently. Of course, after they got married, she would have to call her mother-in-law. Okay, Aunt Ning. Lin Yi didn't hesitate and immediately changed the way he addressed her. Ning Shangling smiled kindly. Not only was Ning Shuefei happy that Lin Yi could win the trial without any mishap, but she was also sincerely happy for her daughter as a mother. "Aunt Ning, I have a request and I hope you can agree," Lin Yi said after thinking for a while. "Oh, just say it," Ning Shangling said. "You just said that according to the rules of West Island, you will send me and Fei to East Continent College for further study?" Lin Yi said. "Yes, I want to talk to you about this. Except for a few colleges with extremely strict rules, you can choose all the other colleges in East Continent. Do you have any ideas?" Ning Shangling asked. "Aunt Ning, in fact, I don't want to go to East Continent for further study for the time being. It's not the right time for me to go to East Continent College. Going to East Continent College is likely to limit my development. What I need most now is to go everywhere to practice, not to find a safe place for further study. I hope you can understand this, Aunt Ning, Lin Yi said earnestly. Oh, Ning Shangling's eyes slightly narrowed. He looked Lin Yi up and down, noticing that the aura around him wasn't dispersing at all, unlike the other young prodigies. Lin Yi nodded in approval. You're right, with your current situation it'll be hard for you to stay in the East Continent School. It's a waste of time. Although East Continent College was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, in Ning Shangling's opinion, this so-called competition might not bring much pressure to Lin Yi. When the environment became too comfortable, even the most spirited young people would gradually become depressed. And eventually, that Lin is E. Lin said. Fine, if that's the case, I'll put the matter of you going to the East Continent College aside for now. However, I have a condition. You have to send Fei to the East Continent first. At least from the looks of it, you'll be accompanying her. Lin Ti said. And I Zhou Lin Shizu. Ning Shuefei was different from Lin Yi. Her unwillingness to cultivate was comparable to Shangguan Laner's. She only had the strength of the elixir realm. As the future successor of West Island, it was obviously not enough. Ning Shangling had long wanted to send her to the East Continent Academy for further studies, but she had always found all sorts of excuses to refuse. But this time Ning Shuefei could not escape. Lin Yi could cultivate on his own, but she had to stay in East Continent College. There was no room for negotiation. Ning Shuefei pursed her lips. Just as he was about to speak, he was choked back by Ning Shangling's glare. He knew his own affairs, so he could only shut his mouth resentfully. Thank you, Aunt Ning. Lin Yi immediately agreed. Going to the East Continent Academy for further studies was the rule of West Island. He thought it would not be so easy to change it. He did not expect Ning Shangling to agree so easily. It could be seen that his mother-in-law was flexible. This was good news for Lin Yi. Otherwise, if Ning Shangling was really a stubborn old dogma, with her identity and status, she might cause a lot of trouble in the future. He did not expect her to be so easygoing. It seemed that his life in West Island would not be too difficult. It's up to you to decide. There's no need to thank me. Ning Shangling smiled, not minding it. She suddenly changed the topic. Lin Yi, how did you and Huiyuti get out? Can you tell Aunt Ning the truth? Of course, if it's inconvenient, no one will force you. It's just about the transmission mechanism of West Island's trial, so I think it's necessary to figure it out. Before, Lin Yi's excuse that a master of the mysterious ascending stage sent them out was at most to deceive outsiders who did not know the inside story. Obviously, it could not fool the high-level officials of West Island like Ning Shangling. If a master of the mysterious ascending stage could really start the transmission formation, they should have found it hundreds of years ago. This was simply impossible. Aunt Ning is wise. To tell you the truth, I actually got out with my own true qi this time. Lin Yi said frankly. There was nothing to hide about this kind of thing. It was not convenient to speak frankly in front of outsiders, but now with the relationship between Ning Shangling and himself, of course, she could not be regarded as an outsider. Oh! Ning Shangling was slightly surprised. She thought that Lin Yi and Huiyuti found some loopholes in the transmission formation, but she did not expect the answer to be so simple. The power of my martial arts skills has long been comparable to that of a master of the mysterious ascending stage, and I'm in the Yuanying stage. I took advantage of the loophole of the transmission formation so I could get out smoothly. Lin Yi explained in full detail. No wonder. With your current realm, you can be comparable to a master of the mysterious ascending stage. This is really unheard of and unseen. Ning Shangling was surprised, and suddenly she couldn't help but feel like she had picked up a treasure. This time, she could get a prospective son-in-law like Lin Yi, who had incredible means, which was probably the most gratifying gain for her in West Island in these years. In fact, because Ning Shuefei had always disliked cultivation, Ning Shangling had a lot of headaches because of this in recent years. In terms of talent and aptitude, Ning Shuefei was actually a rare genius in the world. After all, her parents had strong genes, so she was not weak even if she wanted to. However, if she didn't work hard to cultivate, what was the use of having good talent and aptitude? All of Ning Shuefei's interests were in all kinds of research and inventions. Unfortunately, this was a small way that could not be learned in the Heaven Stage Island. If she wanted to take over West Island, She had to rely on her own strength. If her own strength was not enough, even if Ning Shangling could help her to get the position of the island owner would not be stable. Of course, Ning Shangling would try her best to improve her strength, but this was by no means a matter of a day and a night. But now with a strong support like Lin Yi, the pressure on Ning Shuofei was not as great as before. Husband and wife were one. As long as Lin Yi's strength could shock everyone, Ning Shuofei could naturally be as stable as Mount Tai. Chapter 47-47. Aunt Ning, you flatter me. Ha! Lin Yi smiled faintly. Ning Shangling asked Lin Yi to stay and talk for a while, mostly with gentle words of encouragement to improve their relationship. Finally, they had dinner together before she let Lin Yi leave, and she specially arranged a new residence for Lin Yi. After all, from today on, Lin Yi was Ning Shuofei's legitimate fiancée, and it was inappropriate for him to live in the envoy's residence in West Island. Ning Shangling specially allowed him to live in the island master's temporary imperial residence, which was next to Ning Shuofei's yard and only a few steps away from Han Jingjing's and Shanghai Laner's rooms, which was convenient for them to get together. For the next few days, Lin Yi had nothing else to do. He hung out with Ning Shuofei, Han Jingjing and Shanghai Laner all day long. He had no choice. After the trial, the three women were very clingy to him. It was impossible for Lin Yi to cultivate alone, so he could only take time to accompany the three of them, as compensation for making them worry before. At the same time, in a small courtyard not far away from the island master's temporary imperial residence, Huiyuti paid no attention to what was going on outside. Every day, she stayed indoors and immersed herself in cultivation. Lu Ziyu saw all this and her heart ached. As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than a mother. What Huiyuti was thinking, as a master who was not a mother but more like a mother, she knew clearly. Her precious disciple was lovesick. Don't cultivate in the house. Go out and get some fresh air. Lu Ziyu advised softly. No need, master. I've been neglected for so long in the trial of West Island. I want to make up for it. Huiyuti shook her head and said. More haste, less speed. Besides, you've reached a bottleneck now. It's useless to cultivate blindly. It's important to adjust your state of mind. Lu Ziyu looked at Huiyuti's sullen look and couldn't help feeling distressed, so she said, Aren't you very interested in things in the secular world? Han Jingjing came from the secular world. Go and play with them. Ah! Huiyuti couldn't help but be stunned. It was only when she saw the playful smile on her master's face that she came to a realization. She nodded shyly and ran out of the room. Looking at Huiyuti's back view, which had clearly become excited once again, Lu Ziyu sighed slightly, thinking to himself that fate was really making fools of people. The heavens had clearly brought the two of them together, but now they had mercilessly sentenced Lin Yi to Ning Shuofei. How cruel was this to die? Actually, from the bottom of his heart, Lu Ziyu did not want Huiyuti and Lin Yi to have any more contact. After all, Lin Yi was already West Island's Fuma, and this was an unchangeable fact. Lin Yi's strength was outstanding. It was far beyond Lu Ziyu's expectations. Especially when she found out from Huiyuti how they came out of the trial ground, she subconsciously felt that she was a celestial being. A mere middle-stage nascent soul cultivator could be compared to an expert of the profound ascension stage. How exaggerated, how nature-defying. Huiyuti originally wanted to keep this matter a secret, but she didn't know why. When Lu Ziyu asked, she couldn't help but say it. In short, she just wanted to show how powerful Lin Yi was in front of her master. Anyway, her master wouldn't spread it out. In fact, looking at Lu Ziyu's shocked expression after hearing it, she really felt satisfied, and her face was full of pride. It was just that Lin Yi didn't belong to her anymore. Although it was a pity, there was no other way. Lu Ziyu originally thought that after the matter between Lin Yi and Ning Shuofei was settled, Huiyuti could give up on Lin Yi with peace of mind. She didn't expect it to become like this. Looking at Huiyuti's abnormal behavior these few days, how could she have the intention to let go? As someone with experience, Lu Ziyu clearly knew that if this matter couldn't be resolved properly, it might become a mental calamity that her precious disciple couldn't overcome. Perhaps from then on, it would become a mental tribulation that his precious disciple couldn't overcome. It might seem fine at normal times, but once it came to a critical moment like a breakthrough, it would become a fatal flaw. Therefore, since Huiyuti and Lin Yi couldn't be together, then there had to be a thorough end between them. Only by saying it out clearly could this matter come to an end. Otherwise, if she kept it in her heart for no reason, not to mention breaking through to the next level, it was very likely that she would go berserk, and then it would be too late for regrets. While Lu Ziyu was frowning, she didn't know that Huiyuti herself was in high spirits at this moment. She had completely misunderstood the meaning, thinking that Lu Ziyu was encouraging her to be together with Lin E. If Lu Ziyu knew her precious disciple's thoughts, she really didn't know how she would react. Maybe she would directly cry until she fainted in the toilet. No matter what, they were the morning prodigies, the high and mighty goddesses in the eyes of countless East Continent Academy disciples. Who would rush her to their doorstep like this? Arriving at Ning Xuefei's courtyard, Huiyuti couldn't help but feel both excited and apprehensive as she listened to the cheerful laughter of Lin Yi and the others. Being able to see Lin Yi again after so many days made her happy, but how should she face Ning Xuefei and the others? They were all Lin Yi's confidants. Although she didn't think in this direction at the start, at this moment, she couldn't help but think about what she should do after seeing Ning Xuefei and the others. As the proud daughter of East Continent Academy, at this moment, she was actually feeling guilty and apprehensive, like a concubine meeting her mistress. The matter clearly hadn't even taken shape yet. If Lin Yi were to find out about this, he would really be drunk. Ah, Sister Hua, why are you so late? At this time, Ning Xuefei's surprised voice came from the courtyard. Unlike the others, because of Ning Shangling and Lu Ziyu, she had known Huiyuti for a long time. It was just that West Island and East Continent were too far apart, so they rarely had the opportunity to meet. In an instant, the eyes of Lin Yi, Shangguan Laner, Han Jingjing and the others all fell on Huiyuti. Huiyuti was so shy that she didn't dare to move. I just came out to take a walk and get some fresh air. Huiyuti quickly made up an excuse. She didn't dare to say that she actually came for Lin Yi. That would be too embarrassing. Come out to get some fresh air? Ning Xuefei and the others looked at each other and smiled. Her courtyard was far away from here. How could she come here just by taking a walk? They didn't expose her, but immediately ran over to hold her hand and said, "Since you're here, play with us. We've been waiting for you for a few days. Aunt Lu said that you were busy cultivating in seclusion, so we didn't dare to disturb you." Yeah, Jingjing has been looking forward to Sister Hu's coming. Now we have one more good sister, hee. Han Jingjing smiled sweetly. Chapter 47-48. I'm not. Huiyuti blushed at his words and quickly shook her head to deny it. What are you talking about? Sister Hua, you are still wearing the secular clothes given by the little junior brother. It can be seen that you have acquiesced in it and made a happy decision, Shanghai Laner said with a teasing face. Ah. Huiyuti just put on this set of denim sportswear today. Originally, she was happy in her heart, but now she suddenly choked. Why did I acquiesce in it? What did I acquiesce in? Laner, don't be complacent. You talk as if you have no part in it. Don't you want to be our sister? Ning Xuefei stood out to smooth things over, and her words made Shanghai Laner also choke. Together with Han Jingjing, she pulled Huiyuti to Lin Yi. You're here. Lin Yi greeted her with a smile. Yes, I'm here. Huiyuti blushed and didn't dare to look at Lin Yi. She didn't know why. When she saw Lin Yi a little closer this time, her heart pounded wildly as if it was about to jump out, making her breathless. Come and sit down. They were just talking about you and pestered me to talk about the trial in West Island. I was in a coma and didn't know so much. Why don't you tell them about it? Lin Yi naturally took Huiyuti's hand and let her sit next to him. Ah! Huiyuti suddenly screamed with an electric shock. Obviously, she didn't expect that Lin Yi would take her hand in front of Ning Xuefei and the others. She immediately lowered her head shyly. While her heart was beating wildly, she slowly felt sweet. Yes, Sister Hua, tell us about it. Ning Xuefei and the other two looked at each other and smiled, rushing to be the first. They crowded around Huiyuti with great interest. Huiyuti was quite flattered by this kind of friendly attitude, and the nervousness in her heart disappeared. She was just worried about how to get along with them, but now it seemed that she was simply overthinking things. Regardless of whether it was Ning Xuefei, Han Jingjing or Shangguan Laner, they were all kind-hearted girls. The dirty things that she had thought of before, such as being ostracized and targeted, would never happen to them. Huiyuti couldn't help but feel a little ashamed in her heart. She had gauged the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. His worries disappeared. Huiyuti quickly became one with the girls. Although she was a little older than Ning Xuefei and the others, her personality was very simple. Getting along with her was naturally warm and happy. The friendship between young girls was sometimes very strange. In a short period of time, Huiyuti, Ning Xuefei, and the others seemed to have become best friends who regretted not having met earlier. The more they chatted, the more they got along. It was full of common topics. This time it was Lin Yi who felt bored. With this group of young girls, he was simply an outsider who couldn't get a word in. Of course, Lin Yi was actually very pleased with this result. Although these girls were kind-hearted, they were actually very clever. Huiyuti didn't say anything, and they didn't say anything either. But everyone knew what they were thinking. But they didn't point it out in public. In the next few days, Huiyuti and the girls completely got along and even moved in. The four girls directly opened a big bed in Ning Xuefei's room and slept together at night. Of course, Lin Yi didn't have a share in it. Even if Ning Xuefei was his nominal fiancé, he couldn't enter the boudoir. Not to mention that there were four of them here at once. As for the daytime, Ning Xuefei took Lin Yi and the girls to wander around West Island, just like Lin Yi took her to visit North Island. Basically, they went around all the famous places, and the local customs were completely different from other places. It really opened Lin Yi's eyes. However, in the process there were often embarrassing things. Everywhere they went, they were always blocked. A group of people in West Island wanted to come and see Lin Yi, the future Fuma of West Island. This feeling of being surrounded like an animal really made Lin Yi speechless, and he could only flee. In contrast, Ning Xuefei and Huiyuti, who were as beautiful as fairies, didn't care about them. If the four of them went out to the outer island, they would definitely enjoy the same treatment as Lin Yi. Unfortunately, this was West Island, and the streets of West Island were full of women. Men couldn't come out casually. Huiyuti had fun with Lin Yi and others, but Ren Zhongyuan on the other side didn't notice it at all. He thought that Huiyuti was still in closed-door training these days. Every day, he was thinking of finding an opportunity to please her, so as not to leave a bad impression on her because of the previous misunderstanding. Since he saw the virginity mark on Huiyuti's arm that day, like others, he completely regarded the photo as a fart. No matter how the two poor guys, Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu, begged for mercy, he didn't even need Lu Ziyu to do anything. He took the lead to beat them half to death, wanting to express his goodwill to Huiyuti, and at the same time, he rushed to delete the photo, so as not to spread it and ruin the reputation of his sweetheart. But beating the two underlings was only his duty. Ren Zhongyuan also knew that it was impossible to get Huiyuti's forgiveness. He heard that Huiyuti was very interested in the mobile phones of the secular world, so he simply wanted to cater to her. It was a pity that although the Central Chamber of Commerce mainly sold all kinds of technological products, it rarely sold mobile phones, the most commonly used thing in the secular world. After all, there was no base station on Tianji Island, and mobile phones were purely a decoration. They couldn't run to the operator just to sell mobile phones. On Tianji Island, if you wanted to buy a mobile phone, you could only specially order one. But Ren Zhongyuan wasn't Ning Xuefei. Although he had some background in East Continent College, it was a pity that the Central Chamber of Commerce of West Island wouldn't buy it. Ordering a mobile phone was purely wishful thinking. In desperation, Ren Zhongyuan wandered back and forth in the Central Chamber of Commerce for a long time, and finally had to give up the idea of buying a mobile phone. Instead, he took a fancy to a pair of walkie-talkies. In his opinion, this thing was also very awesome, and its functions were not too different from a mobile phone. He believed that Huiyuti would definitely like it after seeing it. Gritting his teeth, Ren Zhongyuan tightened his belt and did not hesitate to spend a sky-high price to buy the walkie-talkies. He immediately rushed to find Huiyuti, wanting to give his sweetheart a big surprise. But it wasn't so easy for him to see Huiyuti. He lived in the envoy residence of West Island, but Huiyuti lived in the temporary imperial residence of the island master because of the close relationship between Lu Ziyu and Ning Shangling. If there was no special reason, no outsider was allowed to step into the temporary imperial residence of the island master, let alone a man like Ren Zhongyuan. Chapter 47-49. Of course, this was also because Huiyuti and the others lived in a more remote area. Otherwise, if it was a core area like Ning Xuefei's residence, Even a profound ascension expert at the peak of the nascent soul stage wouldn't be able to get half a step closer, let alone a mere peak nascent soul cultivator like him. After successfully sneaking into Huayudi's courtyard and avoiding the eyes and ears of some servants, Ren Zhongyuan quickly found Huayudi's room. He wasn't unfamiliar with this place. Previously, he had come here once under the pretext of visiting Lu Ziyu. Huayudi's room was the target of his dreams, and he often came here in his dreams. After slightly sorting out his excited feelings, Ren Zhongyuan directly pushed the door open and entered. In name he wanted to give Huayudi a surprise, but in fact what he was thinking more was that it would be best if he could take this opportunity to see some wonderful scenes that he usually couldn't see, such as bathing or changing clothes. As soon as the door opened, Ren Zhongyuan's head immediately poked in, his eyes darting around as he searched everywhere. His mind was filled with charming fantasies of Huayudi wearing thin clothes, but the person in front of him gave him a huge shock. Right now the person sitting in the room wasn't Huayudi, but Lu Ziyu. Right now, Lu Ziyu was in the room studying the Thunder Xian vine. Not because she coveted her disciples' things, but because for someone at her level, the Thunder Xian vine was already useless. Right now, she was studying this purely for Huayudi. After all, the Thunder Xian vine was the main material for refining the Thunder Xian pill, and its quality was very important. Moreover, whether it was mature or not directly affected the choice of other materials. Huayudi herself was muddle-headed, so these things could only be taken care of by her master, who was both a teacher and a mother. Huayudi had been staying with Ningxu Fa and the others for the past few days, so Lu Ziyu had never expected that someone would suddenly push open the door. Furthermore, the person who came was not Huayudi. In her shock, she did not even have the time to retract the Thunder Mystic Vine on the table, and Ren Zhongyuan immediately saw it clearly. With Lu Ziyu's strength, it was originally impossible for Ren Zhongyuan to escape her perception, but this was the island master's temporary imperial residence. There was no need to go into details about the strict and thorough security. Normal people wouldn't think that someone would actually sneak in here. Moreover, out of the most basic respect for those old seniors of West Island, Lu Ziyu wouldn't easily use her divine sense here. Moreover, from time to time, there were servants walking in the courtyard's corridor, and it was very normal to have footsteps. This caused Lu Ziyu to let her guard down. Who would have thought that someone actually dared to come in without knocking? Ah! Ren Zhongyuan was similarly shocked. He had secretly come to give Huayudi a surprise. Who knew that he would actually meet Lu Ziyu in this room? This feeling was like sneaking into your sweetheart's room, only to find out that it was your sweetheart's mother when you turned on the lights. In an instant, his heart turned cold, and he didn't feel good. However, Ren Zhongyuan didn't feel very awkward at this moment, because he saw the Thunder Mystic Vine on the table. He never expected that Lu Ziyu would also have a Thunder Mystic Vine. Previously, when Ren Zhongyuan saw Linny take out the Thunder Xianrat Tan, he was so envious that his eyeballs almost fell out. He was at the peak of the nascent soul realm, and he was the most eager person in the world to get the Thunder Xianrat Tan. If Linny hadn't become the Fuma of West Island, Ren Zhongyuan and the others would never let go of this fat piece of meat. They would definitely try their best to get the Thunder Xuanwu in his hands. But now it was impossible. They would never dare to rob the things of West Island's Fuma in the territory of West Island, even if they had 10,000 guts. However, Huayudi also had a Thunder Profound Rattan. Could it be that Linny had given it to her? Although Lu Ziyu was holding it, this was Huayudi's room, and the Thunder Xianrattan was useless to Lu Ziyu. Ren Zhongyuan immediately guessed the truth. He suddenly felt a surge of jealousy in his heart, and he faintly felt that there was something fishy about the photo of Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu. But now wasn't the time to look into this. The two parties were in a stalemate for a moment. Ren Zhongyuan suddenly rolled his eyes. Not only did he not retreat, but he also walked in and even closed the door behind him. You're still not going out? You're trespassing into someone else's room. And this is the temporary imperial residence of the island owner. Are you really not afraid of death? Lu Ziyu's eyes suddenly narrowed. If Huayudi saw Ren Zhongyuan's action, her heart would really tremble, and she might even think that he was beastly. Unfortunately, she was Lu Ziyu. Ren Zhongyuan, who was at the peak of the nascent soul realm, was just a slightly stronger ant in her eyes. Haha, Deputy Dean Lu, don't be angry first. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Thunder Xianrat Tan, right? Ren Zhongyuan asked despite knowing the answer. Why are you still asking when you already know? Lu Ziyu looked at him coldly. She had more or less heard of the relationship between Li Yuzhou and Ren Zhongyuan, so she had an extremely bad impression of this guy. She said expressionlessly, "Do you have something to say?" The Thunder Xian pill is a 7th grade medicinal pill, and only a 7th grade alchemist has the ability to refine it. But in our Eastern continent's golden rank academies, there are only a few 7th grade alchemists. Ren Zhongyuan deliberately paused and looked at the other's changing expression. I think Deputy Dean Lu should understand what I mean now, right? Lu Ziyu frowned when she heard this. This was the biggest matter on her mind for the past few days. Although the Thunder Xian Rattan was good, if it couldn't be refined into a Thunder Xian pill, then it was completely useless. Originally, their Morning Pride Academy had a 7th grade alchemist overseeing it. But unfortunately, 2 years ago an alchemy accident had occurred, and this 7th grade alchemist had suffered an extremely heavy backlash. Since then, he had been in seclusion to recuperate. Now the highest grade alchemist overseeing the Morning Pride Academy was only 6th grade, so wanting to refine the Thunder Xian pill was not a small matter. But Ren Zhongyuan's father was Soaring Cloud Academy's chief alchemist, and his cultivation was 7th grade. This was the peak level of a golden rank alchemist, and he was only one step away from the legendary black rank alchemist. What you mean is, you can help me refine the pill? Lu Ziyu threw a glance at Ren Zhongyuan. A 7th grade alchemist was not so easy to invite. If they did not have a sufficient relationship, even with her status, it would be very difficult to invite a 7th grade alchemist. However, Ren Zhongyuan clearly had this ability. 7th grade medicinal pills are very difficult to refine, and the slightest carelessness will cause a backlash. Deputy Dean Lu, you should be very clear on this point. Ren Zhongyuan smiled and said in the tone of an expert, and according to what I know, among the 7th grade medicinal pills, the risk of refining the Thunder Xian pill is the highest. The Thunder Xian Rattan is naturally filled with thunder and lightning, and one mistake will cause the furnace to explode. The consequences are unthinkable, and ordinary 7th grade alchemists are not willing to accept this kind of life-threatening task. Chapter 4750. What are your conditions? Lu Ziyu asked in a low voice. She didn't think that the other party would unconditionally court her. Even if Ren Zhongyuan was willing, his father might not be willing. Vice Principal Lu, you also know that I've been in love with junior sister Yudi for a long time, and with our conditions it can be said that we're a match made in heaven. Why don't you just help me out? Ren Zhongyuan finally revealed his fox's tail. This? Lu Ziyu immediately fell into deep thought. Seeing the other party hesitate, Ren Zhongyuan's eyes turned, and he hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. According to the rules, any 7th grade alchemist who receives a request to refine pills only needs to pay 1 completed pill. If it's completely useless, then there's not a single pill. But with my father's methods, these Thunder Xian vines are enough to refine 4 Thunder Xian pills. And I can promise to give you 2 pills. This condition should be generous enough, right? This time Lu Ziyu was instantly moved. Such a condition was not only generous, but it was basically the only one that could offer such a thing. Even if it was the 7th grade alchemist from her Morning Pride Academy, it would not be possible for him to guarantee that he would be able to give out 2 Thunder Profound pills. If it was not a close relative or close friend, no 7th grade alchemist would be able to offer such a condition. No matter how great the talent, no matter how great the potential, it was very difficult to guarantee success in breaking through to the Profound Ascension realm. Hui Yudi was no exception, but if she had 2 Thunder Xian pills in her hands with double insurance, then her confidence would be completely different. Seeing Lu Ziyu's expression, Ren Zhongyuan immediately smiled. The saying that money moves people's hearts was indeed successful. Even a big shot like the other party couldn't avoid it. As for the remaining 2 Thunder Xian pills, naturally junior sister Yudi and I will each have 1. Vice Principal Lu, what do you think? Ren Zhongyuan continued to tempt him without any hesitation. What? Lu Ziyu was immediately shocked, looking at Ren Zhongyuan in disbelief. You mean these 2 Thunder Xian pills of mine aren't considered to be for Yudi? Haha, that's only natural. As long as you agree to this matter, then junior sister Yudai will already be my dual cultivation companion. How could I trouble Vice Dean Lu with her medicinal pills? Ren Zhongyuan said with a laugh as he patted his chest in a rich and overbearing manner. Taking a deep look at Ren Zhongyuan, Lu Ziyu couldn't help but fall into silence. To be honest, after hearing these conditions, she was really tempted. After all, besides Ren Zhongyun, who was the son of a 7th-grade alchemist, no one else could offer such conditions. She couldn't help but be tempted. Otherwise, if she couldn't find someone to help her refine pills, no matter how precious the Thunder Xian vine was, it would not be of any use. Instead, if the dense electric arcs slowly dissipated, if it completely disappeared, it would lose its effect and become a pile of trash through and through. Because of this matter, Lu Ziyu couldn't eat or sleep for the next few days. She had even seriously considered whether she should put down her pride and ask Ning Shangling for help. With the huge power of West Island, of course, it was impossible that she couldn't find a 7th-grade alchemist, and with the friendship between her and Ning Shangling, she shouldn't be rejected. However, after thinking about it carefully, this didn't seem very realistic, because this was a matter of principle, and it wasn't something that could be swayed by mere personal feelings. As the owner of West Island, Ning Shangling could decide the fate of the entire West Island with one word, and this kind of small thing was nothing to her. But unless it was the last resort, she would never do it. Besides, there had never been such a precedent in West Island. If it was because he couldn't swallow his pride this time, Ning Shangling clenched her teeth and set a precedent. Then this matter would spread out. What if other friends also came to ask her for help? How should she respond at that time? Furthermore, if someone relied on their friendship to directly ask her for a ready-made Thunder Profound Core, what should she do? Once human nature became greedy, it was like a bottomless pit. This kind of thing was not impossible. Lu Ziyu and Ning Shangling had never been friends based on interests, but real good friends. As a friend, of course, she couldn't put the other party in such an awkward situation because of her own selfishness. So, after thinking about it again and again, she could only give up the ready-made way in West Island. In this way, she had very few choices. Although she was the deputy dean of Morning Pride Academy, she, Lu Ziyu, had never been a person who had a wide circle of friends. The number of real friends she had could be counted on one hand, and it was even more impossible to find someone who could help her in this matter. After frowning and thinking for a long time, Lu Ziyu finally sighed and said ambiguously, "This is a big deal. I have to think about it carefully. I'll give you an answer in 2 days." Deputy Dean Lu, the opportunity doesn't come again. You have to think about it carefully. When Ren Zhongyuan heard this, he was instantly a little unwilling. He knew the principle that a long delay could cause trouble. It was best to settle this matter in one go, not giving Huoyuti any chance or leeway to react, directly saying that it was impossible to disobey the master's orders and get married by imperial decree. Otherwise, if it dragged on for too long, there might be variables. Just as the other party had said, if she missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but feel a little troubled. According to her thinking, this matter was definitely reliable, otherwise she wouldn't have considered it so seriously. According to Ren Zhongyuan's suggestion, 3 of the 4 Thunder Profound Cores would belong to the master and disciple, and with these 3 Thunder Profound Cores, it would be enough to guarantee Huoyuti entering the Profound Ascension stage. This was a good thing that one could only dream of. Moreover, the conditions that Ren Zhongyuan had proposed were not too excessive. In Lu Ziyu's opinion, although Ren Zhongyuan's talent was far inferior to that of Lin Yi, he had one in that he had been infatuated with Dyer for so many years. Coupled with his identity and background, he could be considered a rare good match. Even if he wasn't as attractive as Lin Yi, he was definitely not much worse. Moreover, no matter how good Lin Yi's conditions were, he was already the prospective son-in-law of West Island. Huoyuti was destined to have no future with him, so she might as well take this opportunity to break things off. 2 days, I'll give you an accurate answer in 2 days. You can go back first. Lu Ziyu said in a calm tone. Although she was moved, she was a big boss after all, and it was impossible for her to be led by the nose by a small character like Ren Zhongyuan so easily. This matter was related to her precious disciple's lifelong happiness, so she definitely wouldn't make a decision so hastily. Chapter 4751. Seeing Ren Zhongyuan push open the door and leave, Lu Ziyu sat in the room and let out a long sigh. She was secretly thinking about how she should tell Huoyuti about this matter. She naturally understood her disciple's thoughts, but whether it was out of sentiment or reason, she had to agree to this matter. She mustn't waste time on it. After 2 hours, the sky outside had already darkened. Huiyuti came back humming a little tune. She pushed open the door and entered happily. In the end, she saw Lu Ziyu sitting in the room the moment she raised her head. "Master, you were waiting for me?" Huiyuti was slightly stunned. Then she excitedly ran over and hugged Lu Ziyu's arm. She said in a spoiled tone, "Dyer hasn't come back these few days. Master, you won't blame Dyer, right? Girl, you've become too playful. You're having fun by yourself and you've thrown your master to the back of your mind." Lu Ziyu dotingly tapped her head and asked with a smile, "How is it? How are you getting along with Feifei and the others?" "Very good. We're like sisters now. Feifei, Jingjing, and Lana are all very kind and adorable girls. They're much better than those in our academy," Huiyuti said, wrinkling her nose. Her. These girls in our academy aren't born into scheming. They're all forced by their environment. Sometimes humans have to lower their heads. They have to learn to let nature take its course and learn to accept their fate. Lu Ziyu guided her with a deep meaning. Master, doesn't everyone say that the ultimate goal of cultivation is to defy the heavens and change one's fate? Why do we have to accept our fate?" Huiyuti asked, blinking her eyes. "Defy the heavens and change one's fate?" Lu Ziyu shook his head and smiled bitterly, sighing emotionally. "It's just empty words. How can there really be anything in this world that can defy the heavens and change one's fate? All living things have a fate that is hard to defy. And although cultivators like us have broken through the limits of our own lifespans, we're merely struggling at death's door between obeying fate and defying fate. If there were really people who could defy the heavens would have collapsed long ago. What right do we have to continue living then?" "Oh." Huiyuti nodded, not really understanding. She did not have Lu Ziyu's experience and knowledge. At most, she could only understand the literal meaning of these words, but the true meaning was not something she could understand right now. "Oh right, I haven't asked you yet. You should have seen Linyi these few days, right?" Lu Ziyu asked. Huiyuti's face immediately turned red when she heard this, and she weakly responded in a bashful manner. His face was brimming with happiness. Although she didn't have the chance to be alone with Linyi these days, she still felt happy to be able to stay by Lin Yi's side with Ning Shuefei and other close friends. Looking at his disciple's expression of being unable to extricate himself, Lu Ziyu could not help but feel a headache coming on. After thinking for a while, he said, "Since you've already met, then it's time to put an end to the matter between the two of you. After returning to the East Continent in 2 days, you won't have anything to do with him anymore." "Ah." Huiyuti was originally still immersed in joy, but this time, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head. She looked at her master in a daze, not knowing how to react. "I don't think that master is cruel. You and Lin Yi are destined to be fated but not to be together. There won't be a good result if you continue to force it. Listen to master, let him go." Lu Ziyu sighed. Then he said, "Ren Zhongyun came today, and he saw the Thunder Xian vine on the table. Hence he thought of a suggestion. He asked his father to refine the Thunder Xian pill for us. He guaranteed that he would be able to refine 4 pills, and 2 of them would be given to us." "Is that kind? Don't tell me there are no other conditions?" Huiyuti immediately frowned when she heard this. Although she didn't know the exact market, she knew that this bit of Thunder Xian vine could be exchanged for 2 Thunder Xian pills. This was practically free, and she didn't believe that there was such a good thing in the world. "There is indeed a condition. He wants to become Dao companions with you," Lu Ziyu said calmly. "What?" Huiyuti was instantly dumbfounded. She looked at Lu Ziyu with a face full of disbelief, and after a long while she asked with a trembling voice, "Master, you agreed to it?" "No." Lu Ziyu shook his head, sighed and said, "This is your marriage, Dai. Master won't be so unreasonable and make a decision with a single word. However, I hope that you can agree." Huiyuti instantly heaved a sigh of relief, and looked at her master in a daze. "Why?" "Dai, master has already said it earlier. Although Linyi is good, there is bound to be no outcome between you and him. Rather than being harmed by him in the future, it's better to let him go as soon as possible." Lu Ziyu paused, hugged Huiyuti tenderly and said, "Breaking through to the profound ascension realm is not a small matter. This is an extremely important dividing line in our path of cultivation. After profound ascension is the beginning of a great future. But if you suffer a setback at this time, Then you can forget about successfully breaking through for the rest of your life. You will forever be stuck at the nascent soul great circle, unable to advance even an inch, and might even continuously regress. Your disciple knows all of this, but Huiyuti clenched her teeth, not knowing what to say for a moment. In her opinion, breaking through to the profound ascension realm was admittedly important, but if she couldn't be together with the person she loved because of this, then let alone profound ascension, even if she could directly become an immortal, she still wouldn't be happy. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Actually, if you think about it carefully, Ren Zhongyuan is also a pretty good match, isn't he? Moreover, his conditions are also very good. Not only did he promise to give us 2 thunder profound pills, the remaining 2 will also be equally divided with you. That is to say, out of the 4 pills, 3 will be given to us. For this section of the Thunder Profound Vine, if you go to find another 7th grade pill refiner for help, they might not be able to refine 4 Thunder Profound pills, let alone directly give us 3. Lu Ziyu earnestly advised. Huiyuti sank into silence. She obviously knew that Lu Ziyu was doing this for her own good, and everything he did was in consideration for her. Otherwise, why would he lower himself to the point of bargaining with a person like Ren Zhongyuan? However, she had never liked Ren Zhongyuan. She didn't like him in the past, and she disliked him even more now. Even if there was no Lin Yi, she still wouldn't be willing to become a Dao companion with such a person, let alone now that her heart already belonged to someone else. She was extremely unwilling in her heart, but Huiyuti couldn't ignore her master's good intentions. In this world where a master's life was greater than the heavens, Lu Ziyu being able to not make the decision to betroth her to Ren Zhongyuan, and instead earnestly advise her face to face, this in itself was already very pampering. Chapter 4752. After all, Huiyuti was her precious disciple who she treated as her own daughter. She really couldn't bear to force her too much. However, she had no choice but to say these words. This concerned her future, and she couldn't just watch as Huiyuti personally destroyed her future. Huiyuti sat in the room in a daze. Her mind was blank. She knew that she couldn't hesitate in this kind of matter. No matter what, she had to quickly sort out her thoughts and make a decision as soon as possible. However, her brain wouldn't listen to her. She couldn't think of anything and could only stare blankly. After a sleepless night, Huiyuti only woke up when the first rays of the morning sun shone on her face through the window, and she heard the chirping of birds outside. She forced herself to compose herself and walked out of the room in a daze. After leaving the room, Huiyuti went straight to Lin Yi's group. She wasn't looking for Lin Yi's help, but something they'd agreed to do yesterday. They'd agreed to swim at the beach nearby. By the time Huiyuti arrived, Lin Yi and the others were already prepared. Ning Xuefei and the others were all dressed in common world attire, looking young and pretty. They even had swimsuits and caps prepared, all of which were arranged from Lin Yi's jade space. Lin Yi was shocked the first time he saw these swimsuits. Why did Chen Tian put these things in? And there were all kinds of sizes and styles. He didn't know what the kid was thinking, but it came in handy now. Sister Hua, hurry up. Let's go. Shangguan Lan'er waved from afar. She couldn't wait to go to the seaside and change into this trendy swimsuit. Ning Xuefei and Han Jingjing also waved at her. It seemed that they couldn't wait. They're here. Huiyuti forced a smile and hurriedly quickened her pace towards them. Sister Hua, look, this is the swimsuit we picked for you. Do you like it? Before Huiyuti got close, Ning Xuefei and the others took out a bikini mysteriously. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched as he subconsciously glanced at Huiyuti's curvaceous body. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. With this girl's body in such a sexy bikini, he was going to have a nosebleed today. What is this? Huiyuti took it and looked at it from top to bottom. In her eyes, this bikini was just 2 small pieces of cloth. It couldn't cover anything at all. Especially after noticing Lin Yi's reaction, she couldn't help but blush. Is this also a dress? Of course it's clothes. This is the most popular style in the secular world. Sister Hua, do you want to try it now? Hee. Han Jingjing winked mischievously. Ah. Huiyuti was startled. No matter how interested she was in the secular world, she was still a very conservative woman from the Heaven Stage Island. How could he dare to wear such clothes all of a sudden? He shook his head and said, I can't. Why not? How would you know if you don't try? I believe Sister Hua will look good in it, Ning Shuefei said with a smile. Yes, yes. Anyway, there are no outsiders today. Sooner or later, little junior brother will see it. There's no better time than now. Shanghai Laner smiled and grabbed the bikini to show it to Huayuti. If it was a few days ago, Huayuti might really give it a try after being egged on like this. However, she really wasn't in the mood today. She could only smile bitterly and shake her head. Sister Hua, why do I feel that you are a little depressed? Is something wrong? Ning Shuefei was the first to notice her strangeness. After looking at the others, she immediately asked. Yes, we are best friends and sisters. Sister Hua, you can't hide anything from us. Han Jingjing said immediately. Yesterday when they were talking about swimwear, they were eager to try it. However, now they suddenly became listless. She also vaguely guessed that there must be something wrong. If there's anything, just say it. Don't bear it alone. You still have us. Lin Yi also saw that there was something wrong with Huayuti. This girl was not a person who could hide her thoughts. Not to mention that she didn't sleep all night and her eyes were bloodshot. Huayuti looked at everyone hesitantly. Until she met Lin Yi's eyes, she suddenly felt wronged for no reason. Her eyes instantly turned red. Under the repeated questioning of Lin Yi and the others, she finally told them what happened last night. After listening to Huayuti's narration, Lin Yi couldn't help but be speechless. He himself was an alchemist who couldn't be calculated with common sense. Originally, this kind of thing just happened to come in handy. However, the Thunder Xian pill was a 7th-grade medicinal pill. He had tried to refine a variety of 7th-grade medicinal pills several times before. The result was, without exception, all failures. Until now, Lin Yi still hadn't been able to sum up the reason. At first, he thought that it was because his true qi was not strong enough to refine 7th-grade medicinal pills. However, after thinking about it, if it was really because of this reason, then it was simply impossible to refine medicinal pills. However, every time he failed, he could at least enter the normal procedure. If it was something else, Lin Yi thought that with his strength and all kinds of connections he could still boast about it. However, when it came to refining the Thunder Xian pill, he really had no way. Yuti, although I can also refine medicinal pills, perhaps because my level is not enough, I can't refine 7th-grade medicinal pills for the time being. But I can guarantee that in the future, there will definitely be a way to break through. Looking at Huayuti's crying expression, Lin Yi could only bite the bullet and persuade her. When Huayuti heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Although she also knew that this kind of thing was not very possible. For a super genius like Lin Yi, it was already very surprising that he had the leisure to become an alchemist. If he really could even refine 7th-grade medicinal pills, then he could only be the illegitimate child of God. Super geniuses also had a limit. How could there be a person who was proficient in everything? How could they let others live? Ha 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 ha. While Lin Yi and Huayuti were frowning, Ning Shuefei, who was at the side, suddenly burst into laughter. She laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath, and couldn't straighten her back for a long time. Feifei, what are you doing? Elder sister Hua is worried about something. Why are you still laughing? You are really heartless. Shangguan Laner pouted and asked. Lin Yi and Huayuti also looked at her, not knowing why she suddenly laughed. Wait a minute. Let me catch my breath first. This matter is really too funny. Ning Shuefei didn't care about everyone's strange expression. She couldn't help but rub her stomach, and after resting for a while she replied, Actually, the matter of refining a 7th-grade medicinal pill is not because Lin Yi's level is not good, but because your medicine cauldron naturally cannot refine 7th-grade medicinal pills. Chapter 4753. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about this before, but the Shunnong medicine cauldron's heaven-defying performance was too deeply rooted in his heart, so he subconsciously felt that it was impossible. The possibility of the Shunnong medicine cauldron having a problem was much smaller than the possibility of him having a problem. He didn't expect this to be the reason. Then Feifei, why are you still laughing? The problem with the medicine cauldron is also a problem, and it's even more difficult to solve. You still have the mood to laugh at this time? Sister Hua will be forced to marry that hypocrite Ranzhong'an. Shanghai Laner said as she pounced on her and pinched her. Ning Shuefei quickly dodged and giggled at the same time. Of course it's funny. This is actually a very simple problem that can be solved in a short time, but all of you are so sad. Isn't this funny? Jingjing, what do you think? It's okay, it's a little funny. Han Jingjing's mouth also had a trace of an indescribable smile, and she covered her mouth as she laughed. What do you mean? What's the problem with the Shinong medicine cauldron that can be solved in a short time? Lin Yi was confused, and he quickly took Han Jingjing's hand and asked, Brother Lin Yi, don't worry. In fact, strictly speaking, this is not the Shinong medicine cauldron's problem. The hardware is fine, but the software inside needs to be upgraded. Han Jingjing giggled. Software? Lin Yi was stunned, and he didn't understand for a moment. What hardware and software? Where did this come from? Yes, the main reason the Shinong medicine cauldron can automatically refine pills is that Jingjing set up an intelligent analysis formula in the computer, right? Han Jingjing smiled, and when she saw Lin Yi nod, she continued to explain. The problem is that when Jingjing set up this formula, she didn't come into contact with such a high level. I have never come into contact with such a high level of knowledge. Most of the things in it are deduced purely from data, so the fact that this formula can persist until the 6th grade pill is still effective is already far beyond Jingjing's expectations. As for the 7th grade pill, Jingjing never thought that it would be of such a high level. Then what should we do? Although there were still some parts that he didn't understand, Lin Yi roughly understood. Just based on data deduction, it could reach the 6th grade pill. Han Jingjing was indeed a peerless genius. It's simple. Just ask Jingjing to help you level up, Ning Xuefei said with a smile. That's right, why am I so stupid? Looking at Han Jingjing, who was covering her mouth and laughing, Lin Yi slapped his forehead. Since Han Jingjing, the inventor, was beside him, upgrading the software was a piece of cake for her. No matter what, there were no outsiders around. Lin Yi immediately took out the godly pesticide cauldron. Huiyuti was shocked again. Her attention was immediately diverted. She pointed at Lin Yi and the cauldron dumbfoundedly and said, Where did you come from? She had wanted to ask this question during the trial. If she could accept Lin Yi conjuring up pastries and clothes at the start, then when he collected the Thunder Mystic Vine, and especially when he made Scarface's pile of treasures disappear into thin air, there was no way to explain it. However, either the situation was urgent, or she was immersed in surprise and couldn't extricate herself. She had never thought of asking about it, but now that Lin Yi suddenly conjured an alchemy cauldron out of thin air, if she didn't ask clearly, she would think that she was hallucinating. Big brother Lin Yi, explain it properly. I'll help you level up now. Han Jingjing took the godly pesticide cauldron with a smile and brought Ning Xuefei and Shanghai Laner to the research room. Huiyuti was left looking at him in a daze. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and spread his hands. He felt that there was no need to hide anything from her. So he explained, Actually, I have a very unique jade pendant with me, which carries a mysterious independent space. As long as I think about it, I can put things from the outside world in it, and I can also take things out from it. Do you understand now? There's such a thing? Huiyuti suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. She thought that it would be some brilliant camouflage, or that Lin Yi had an exquisite array that could be carried around. Although this kind of thing was rare, there had always been similar legends circulating in the streets. She didn't expect the answer to be so simple. Lin Yi had a magical jade pendant. Well, there are always some magical things that happen to me. You'll get used to it slowly. But remember to keep this a secret. Only you know about it. Lin Yi chuckled. Get used to it slowly? Listening to Lin Yi's calm tone, Huiyuti could only roll her eyes speechlessly. She didn't know what to say. She was not a newcomer. After all, she was an expert at the great perfection of the Yuanying stage. Moreover, she was in a place like the East Continent College. Her knowledge was far from that of ordinary cultivators. Even so, she had never heard of such a strange thing as a jade pendant space. However, Lin Yi's words made Huiyuti's heart jump. Lin Yi looked at Huiyuti's expression and smiled. He didn't say anything. As the two talked, they came to Ning Xuefei's research room. At this time, Han Jingjing was focused on updating the AI analysis formula. Her 10 fingers were moving back and forth on the keyboard. Even with Lin Yi's eyesight, it was difficult for him to accurately capture her movements. He could only see a blurry shadow of her fingers, let alone others. Looking at this exaggerated scene, Huiyuti couldn't help but cover her mouth again. She looked at Han Jingjing with eyes full of admiration. She was a typical example of someone who didn't understand. Previously, she thought that Han Jingjing was a cute and innocent girl who wasn't very strong. But now that she saw it, this girl was simply a genius. Sure enough, Lin Yi was full of magic everywhere. Lin Yi and Hui Yudi waited quietly at the side. He obviously couldn't interfere in updating the AI analysis formula. Han Jingjing could only rely on herself. After 2 years of nurturing, Ning Xuefei, who had a little understanding of this, helped her. As for Shanghai Laner and Little Curly Bear, they were purely there to help. After about an hour, Han Jingjing suddenly stopped. She wiped the fine sweat on her forehead and smiled sweetly at Lin Yi. Big brother Lin Yi, now you can refine a 7th grade medicinal pill. It's done so quickly? Lin Yi was overjoyed when he heard this. It was not an exaggeration to say that the AI analysis formula was the top technology in the secular world. He thought that Han Jingjing would have to work hard for a few days. He didn't expect it to be done in just an hour. This efficiency was really surprising. Chapter 4754. She then urged, Big brother Lin Yi, hurry up and try it. If it doesn't work, I can improve it on the spot. Okay, I'll start the furnace now. Lin Yi immediately asked Ning Xuefei to find a special alchemy room, took out all the materials, and was ready to start the furnace. Hui Yudi hurried back to get the Thunder Xian Rattan. Although Lin Yi had more Thunder Xian Rattan than her, he was refining pills for her this time. She thought it was reasonable for her to provide them. Seeing that Hui Yudi insisted, Lin Yi couldn't say anything to her. Anyway, he had already regarded her as one of his own. Since she was one of his own, she would have a share of the good stuff in the future. It didn't matter whose Thunder Xian Rattan he used this time. In order to refine the Thunder Xian pill, in addition to the core material of the Thunder Xian Rattan, he also needed a variety of auxiliary materials. Although Lin Yi's material reserves had begun to take shape, he couldn't have all of them. Coincidentally, among the treasures of heaven and earth that he had extorted from the scarred man before, he had made up for the 2 missing materials. Everything was ready. Seeing that Lin Yi was sorting the materials and adjusting his state, Hui Yudi and the others watched from afar. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily, for fear that they would affect Lin Yi. External disturbances were the most important during the process of alchemy. The ideal situation was, of course, for Lin Yi to refine pills in seclusion alone. However, the situation was special this time, and he needed Han Jingjing to watch the scene. He simply let Hui Yudi and the others come in to watch the show. Anyway, they were all on the same side, and they had their own sense of propriety. He counted the Thunder Xian Rattan and other auxiliary materials one by one, and put them all into the divine pesticide cauldron. Lin Yi took a deep breath and immediately started the alchemy program. Listening to Han Jingjing's voice on the tablet, Hui Yudi couldn't help but widen her eyes. However, Ning Xuefei and Shanghai Laner, who were next to her, didn't seem surprised at all. They had seen the situation of Lin Yi refining pills a long time ago. As Lin Yi said, they were already used to it. Everything was normal, and the tablet quickly calculated the alchemy curve. Lin Yi took a closer look and suddenly found that this alchemy curve was completely different from what he had tried before. In the previous attempts, although they weren't Thunder Profound pills, they were all 7th grade elixirs. At first glance, the alchemy curves seemed to be very different, but in fact they had one thing in common, and that was the middle and early alchemy curves were very complicated and tortuous. But once it reached the later stages, but all of them looked very pleasing to the eye in classic arcs, without exception. However, it was different this time. Not only was the alchemy curve full of twists and turns in the beginning and middle stages, but the later stages were even more obscure and difficult to understand. The twists and turns were extremely complicated. Compared to the classic arcs from before, it was simply ugly to the point of making one's hair stand on end. Lin Yi subconsciously turned his head to look at Han Jingjing and saw her nod at him. His heart instantly calmed down, and he faintly understood something. The reason why the previous alchemy curves were beautiful was that they were purely based on data deduction. That was a perfect curve that only existed in the ideal. It was impossible to exist in reality. It would be strange if there were no problems in the alchemy process blindly according to the ideal curve that was like a castle in the air. Lin Yi's heart was settled, and he immediately input true qi according to the instructions of the tablet, and the divine pesticide cauldron began to buzz. All the women, except for Han Jingjing, couldn't help but show a nervous look, especially Huayuti, whose little heart was pounding. The success of this alchemy was directly related to her lifelong event, and she couldn't fail. Everyone knew. Every time the level of the medicinal pill increased by a grade, it meant that the difficulty of alchemy would increase significantly. This difficulty was not just an increase of 1 or 2 times, but at least 10 times and 100 times. Some special medicinal pills may even reach 1,000 times. This gap was much bigger than the gap in strength, otherwise high-grade alchemists would not be so rare. Every grade was an insurmountable gap. Looking at the Heaven Stage Island, except for the Eastern continent, the 3rd and 4th grade alchemists were not rare. But when it came to the 5th and 6th grade, it was already the top guess that all the forces would compete to win over. As for the 7th grade alchemists, only those top forces could have them, and there was only one, and their status was extremely aloof. Although Huayuti had a faint, almost blind confidence in Lin Yi, but for him to be able to refine the Thunder Profound pill, she actually did not have any confidence in her heart. If the Thunder Profound pill was so easy to refine, then her master would not have such a headache, and even lower himself to bargain with Ranzhong'an. Regardless of whether he could refine the Thunder Profound pill or not, Huayuti just saw that Lin Yi was willing to try so hard for her, and she was already very moved. As for what to do if he failed, she could only take one step at a time. Time passed by, everyone's heart was always tight. From time to time, the god's armament cauldron would make some strange movements, and every time Lin Yi and Huayuti were scared. In particular, there was a time when the electric arc ran all over the room, and it was like a lightning strike which really scared everyone. In the process of refining the Thunder Profound pill, a little carelessness would cause the furnace to explode. This was not a joke. At that time, Lin Yi was even ready to forcibly withdraw his true qi and take the girls to take refuge, but fortunately, the process was only a short moment, and after the amazing electric arc ran around for a while, it quickly dissipated, which made everyone feel a little relieved. For a whole day and a night, Lin Yi and the others finally managed to survive to the end. This time was not a long time for high-level cultivators like them, but during the whole process they were always on tenterhooks. From time to time there would be abnormal movements, and even dangerous electric arcs would run around the god's armament cauldron. This was not an alchemy furnace, it was simply an unpredictable time bomb. This kind of mental pressure was not something that ordinary people could bear, and if their psychological quality was slightly poor, it was not impossible for them to collapse on the spot. Fortunately, everyone's mind was still quite tough, listening to the sound of the tablet indicating the end of the alchemy, and seeing the god's armament cauldron completely silent. Lin Yi and the others looked at each other with lingering fear, and simultaneously let out a long breath of turbid air. "Little junior brother, quickly see if it's done," Shangguan Laner couldn't wait to urge, and several others also showed a look of anticipation. This was especially true for Huayuti. Although she didn't have much hope in the beginning, she couldn't help but feel that she was lucky. The entire process seemed to be very serious. What if it really succeeded? Chapter 4755. Don't worry, this should be the residual thunder power of the Thunder Xian Vine. Don't worry, you guys, step back a bit, Lin Yi instructed, and then continued to carefully stick his head inside. He was actually shocked, but with the warning of the jade pendant, he was not afraid of being caught off guard. Huayuti and the others looked at each other and nervously looked at Lin Yi. Fortunately, there were no dangerous electric arcs this time, but Lin Yi's reaction was a bit abnormal. He was actually stunned and didn't move. "Lin Yi?" Huayuti carefully asked, afraid that he would be in danger again. But Lin Yi turned a deaf ear and didn't respond at all. This time, Ning Xuefei and the others couldn't help but become nervous. They looked at each other and wanted to rush forward to see what was going on. But at this time, Lin Yi finally raised his head and looked at the women with an inexplicable strange expression. How is it? How is it?" Shangguan Laner quickly asked. I originally thought that these materials were at least enough to refine one Thunder Xian pill, and if luck was good it was not impossible to refine two, but..." Lin Yi's gaze finally fell on Huayuti. He wanted to say something but stopped. Could it be that it failed? Huayuti's face suddenly paled, but this was also within her expectations. She could only force a smile and said, "It doesn't matter, if it failed then it failed. In fact, this is also quite good. In any case, the Thunder Xian Vine has already been used up by me, so Master doesn't need to go and make a deal with Ranzhong'an." Ning Shuefei and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Although this was what she said, Huiyuti would definitely be heavily punished by her master. After all, this was not a small matter, and in the end Ren Zhongyuan might still succeed. Lin Yi, however, shook his head with an unfathomable expression. He changed the subject and asked, "You Dai, what did you say before? With just these Thunder Mystic vines, how many Thunder Mystic pills can Ren Zhongyuan's father guarantee he can refine?" 4. Huiyuti thought for a moment. She then added in a comforting manner, "But this is only what Ren Zhongyuan said. Who knows if he is talking nonsense or not? Maybe he can't even refine it. It's just a lie." 4. I don't know if he's lying, but it's not impossible. Lin Yi shook his head with a strange expression. He reached into the divine armament cauldron and opened his palm. There were a few crystal-clear dark blue pills inside, and there were faint signs of electric arcs flashing in them. Even if the girls hadn't seen it with their own eyes before, how could they not react when they saw such obvious characteristics? Yes, this was the legendary Thunder Xian core. 4. Huiyuti carefully looked at it, and was immediately stunned. Lin Yi actually refined 4 Thunder Profound pills in one go. This was a level that could only be achieved by a top-notch 7th-stage alchemist. With such strength, one could easily become the chief alchemist of any Yellow Stage Academy in the East Continent. Look again. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile, and then his other hand reached into the divine armament cauldron and opened it. Huiyuti almost fainted on the spot. Another 4. This time, even Ning Shuefei and Shangguan Laner all widened their eyes and were speechless for a long time. Huiyuti only had a small piece of Thunder Xian vine. But there were 8 Thunder Xian pills at once. This was not a dream, right? Even for those top 7th-stage alchemists, it was very difficult to refine 4 at once. But 8, a full double, even if you think with your toes, you know that this is simply impossible. But no matter how unbelievable it is, the fact is that 8 Thunder Xian pills are neatly placed in front of you. You have to believe it. Huiyuti was completely dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes furiously until the corner of her eye twitched. Only then did she confirm that she wasn't hallucinating. She walked to Lin Yi's side and said, "Pinch me, I'll see if I'm dreaming. I haven't had such a realistic dream for a long time." "Don't worry, you're really not dreaming. This is real, 8 Thunder Xian pills." Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. In fact, he also felt that it was incredible. Because of his trust in Han Jingjing, he was confident that he could succeed this time, but he really didn't think that there would be so many. It must be known that even if he had prepared sufficient materials in advance, it would only be enough for 4 Thunder Xian pills at most. Because of the previous Zhong Yuan's words, he subconsciously thought so. He never thought that there would be twice as many. Now that he thought about it, it was estimated that Han Jingjing had made further optimization and improvement on the medicinal cauldron, which led to this unexpected overproduction. Han Jingjing, on the other hand, had a calm smile on her face the entire time, and it was as if he was looking at that confident woman Lu Jinghan. But the next moment, Han Jingjing returned to that cute smile of hers. No wonder the entire alchemy process was so unusual, making it so thrilling. It turned out that she had prepared such a big surprise for everyone. Ning Shuefei and the others cheered at the side. Only then did Huiyuti accept the reality, and she couldn't help but say, "How is your secular world so powerful, to actually have such a magical alchemy artifact? It's too heaven-defying. And that Kai Zi from before, his divine weapon is also frighteningly strong. It's really subverting common sense." "Who's Kai Zi?" Han Jingjing interrupted and asked. "Kai Zi is Kong Mingming, the nickname she gave him." Lin Yi smiled and explained. "No, it's obviously the nickname you gave him. You said he was Kai Zi. I didn't know what Kai Zi meant at first." Huiyuti pouted and retorted in a good mood. "Then do you know what it means now?" Lin Yi looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Ah." Huiyuti was stunned, and then she asked weakly, "Oh right, what does Kai Zi mean?" When the girls heard this, they immediately burst into laughter. Although Huiyuti most of the time in front of them was the image of a caring sister, when it came to things involving the secular world, she completely didn't know. This can't be explained in a few words anyway. Kong Mingming is a typical Kai Zi. You can understand it that way. Lin Yi laughed, then immediately took out 3 Thunder Xian pills and handed them to Huiyuti. "Okay, with these 3 Thunder Xian pills, it should be enough to report to your master. I believe she won't say anything else. Okay, now I don't have to care about that annoying Renjongun anymore. Linny, you're so good. Huiyuti was so happy that she gave Linny a hug on the spot, until she felt the playful gazes of Ning Shuefei and the others around her. Only then did she embarrassedly withdraw with a red face. She was not an open girl, this was purely because she was too excited. Chapter 4756. There are still 5 Thunderxian pills here. Jingjing, Feifei and Lan, each of you can have one. As for the remaining 2, I'm going to give them to my 2 friends. Do you have any objections? Linny suggested with a smile. The friends he mentioned were Qi Wenhan and Xiao Luoluo. Qi Wenhan was one of his own, and since Xiao Luoluo was about to call him sister-in-law, she naturally couldn't be left out either. What about yourself? Won't you have none left? Huiyuti couldn't help but ask. It doesn't matter, I have the Thunderxian Rattan anyway. I also have enough supplementary materials. If I need them, I can refine them at any time. According to the results this time, the Thunderxian Rattan I have should be enough to refine 32 Thunderxian pills. This is a relatively conservative estimate. Linny faintly smiled. Thank you, big brother Linny. Han Jingjing took the Thunderxian pill from Linny's hand and imitated Huiyuti's action just now to give him a hug. She didn't blush or feel embarrassed because of this kind of thing. After all, in the secular world, this could only be regarded as a greeting gift. First it was Huiyuti, then it was Han Jingjing. Now it was Ning Shuefei's turn to do the same. Although she was a native of Heaven Stage Island like Huiyuti, at least in name she was Linny's fiancée. Just a hug was no big deal. Linny also didn't expect things to develop like this. After enjoying the soft jade and warm fragrance of the 3 women, it was Shanghai Laner's turn. Everyone was looking at her with mischievous eyes. Little junior brother, don't tell me you also want me to hug you? I am your senior sister. Shanghai Laner pitifully looked at Linny and said. Linny was about to speak, but he was interrupted by Ning Shuefei. We are not real senior sisters from the same sect. Even if we are real senior sisters, there are many senior sisters and junior brothers who become Dao companions. Laner, you have already been seen naked by him. What is there to be bashful about? See light? Huiyuti was shocked when she heard this. She looked at Shangguan Laner in disbelief. She had never thought that Shangguan Laner and Linny had already reached this stage. I'm not the only one. Feifei, aren't you the same? You were seen naked by junior brother the first time you met him. Even earlier than me. Shangguan Laner retorted proudly. Feifei, you too? Huiyuti suddenly felt even more dizzy. It turned out that not only Shangguan Laner, but also Ning Shuefei. She was the princess of West Island. That was an accident. Ning Shuefei blushed and tried to defend herself. He turned to look at Han Jingjing and asked, Jingjing, did Linny see you naked? Of course I have. Han Jingjing was not shy at all and admitted it naturally and gracefully. Pooh! Huiyuti suddenly spurted. Especially when the eyes of the 3 women naturally fell on her body. She was so shy that her pretty face turned red. She quickly waved her hand and said, I didn't. But Sister Hua, you said it yourself. Junior brother also used his mouth to treat the poison for you. He was lying under your skirt. Shangguan Laner's face was full of disbelief. Linny had specially explained the truth about the photo, and he had also asked Huiyuti herself for confirmation, so they knew about it. But he didn't see me naked. He didn't take off his clothes. Huiyuti denied shyly. However, Huiyuti suddenly felt balanced. It turned out that she was not seen by Linny. Compared to them, her scale was much smaller. He only saw her thighs. She was afraid that the 3 women would laugh at her if they knew about this. It seemed that she was thinking too much. Then Sister Hua, how did you change into this denim? When you changed clothes, brother Linny should be able to see it, right? Han Jingjing also joined in excitedly. No, this was changed after I took a shower. He shouldn't be able to see it. Huiyuti shook her head repeatedly. However, when she saw the increasingly playful expressions of the 3 women, she immediately knew that she was wrong. The more she tried to explain, the worse it was. Linny didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this scene. It was clearly just distributing the Thunderxian pill. Why did it inexplicably involve this? In particular, this situation was simply out of control. Shangguan Laner and the others were already urging Huiyuti to quickly find an opportunity to let her see everything. She even said that good sisters should advance and retreat together. It really made people speechless. Just when Huiyuti was being urged to take off her clothes by the three women. And at this moment Lu Ziyu was sitting in her room. She looked at the empty black box with a worried expression. The Thunder Xian vine was gone. Lu Ziyu guessed that Huiyuti had taken it, but she didn't know why she took it. Thinking of how Huiyuti didn't return for the whole night yesterday, she immediately had a bad feeling. Could it be that Dyer took the Thunder Xian vine to do something stupid? Could it be that she wanted to destroy the Thunder Xian vine? Even if she gained nothing, she still didn't want to marry Ren Zhongyuan. The more Lu Ziyu thought about it, the more anxious she became. Although Huiyuti had been very obedient since she was young, she knew that this child had always been very opinionated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been called an iceberg snow lotus. It was only because she didn't want to disobey her master, that she appeared to be obedient. To be precise, this was filial piety, not obedience. It was fine in the past, but when this filial piety and lifelong happiness stood on opposite sides, it was hard to say what Huiyuti would choose. It was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't do something stupid. Just as Lu Ziyu's heart was burning with anxiety, the sound of Huiyuti's footsteps came from outside. She pushed open the door and came in while happily humming a folk song. Seeing Lu Ziyu in the room, she was instantly stunned. Master! Seeing that Huiyuti's hands were empty, with no sign of the Thunder Xian vine, Lu Ziyu's heart instantly turned cold. That's right, Dyer must have given the Thunder Xian vine to someone else and thrown it away. She really didn't want to marry Ren Zhongyuan even if she died. At this moment, Lu Ziyu's intestines were green with regret. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have forced her disciple. Even without Ren Zhongyuan's deal, with the Thunder Xian vine in their hands, they would still be able to think of a way. But now that even the Thunder Xian vine was gone, she might as well not even think of a way. Dyer, where's your Thunder Xian vine? Did you throw it away? Lu Ziyu took a deep breath and hurriedly asked. Throw it away? Why would I throw it away? Huiyuti shook her head in confusion. She shook Lu Ziyu's arm and said with a smile, I gave the Thunder Xian vine to someone else. Gave it to someone else? How can such a thing be given to someone so casually? This concerns your great future. Lu Ziyu's expression instantly changed, and her gaze became stern. No matter how much she pampered Huiyuti, she couldn't make a mistake on this matter of principle. Chapter 4757. No matter what it is, you can't use the Thunder Xian vine to exchange for it. There are only a few treasures in the world that are more precious than the Thunder Xian vine. Even if there really is one, it's not as important as the Thunder Xian vine to you right now. Lu Ziyu said bitterly. This isn't a treasure. Master, you'll know once you open it. Huiyuti urged. Shaking her head helplessly, Lu Ziyu had no choice but to open the box. With just a glance at the item in the box, this big shot of Morning Pride Academy was instantly dumbfounded. She couldn't help but exclaim. Thunder Xian pill? And it's 3? That's right. Now we don't have to bother with that annoying Ren Zhongyuan anymore. Huiyuti hugged Lu Ziyu's arm and wrinkled her nose proudly. Ren Zhongyuan's 3 Thunder Xian pills could at most be counted as an expected gain. Whether they could get it or not was another matter. But now there were actually 3 Thunder Xian pills. It was completely different. What's going on? Dai, where did you get it? Lu Ziyu hurriedly asked in shock. Her first reaction after seeing the Thunder Xian pills was shock, not happiness but worry. She thought that her disciple had taken the Thunder Xian vine and secretly exchanged it with Ning Shuafei for ready-made Thunder Xian pills. Looking at the entire West Island, the only one who had the ability to take out 3 Thunder Xian pills and had a close relationship with Huiyuti was Ning Shuafei, the princess of the West Island. They had been very close these few days, even sleeping on the same bed. Although this was a strategic resource and strictly speaking, even Ning Shangling, the lord of the West Island, couldn't use it easily, and Ning Shuafei couldn't possibly make such a serious mistake. But the little girl was hot-headed. For the lifelong happiness of a good friend, it wasn't impossible for her to do such a thing under the radar. Thinking of this, Lu Ziyu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. No matter what, she had to return these 3 Thunder Xian pills as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the matter was exposed, she really wouldn't be able to explain herself. However, Huayudi's next words instantly made her dumbfounded. These were all refined by Lin Yi. Lin Yi? He's an alchemist? And a 7th grade alchemist? How is that possible? When Lu Ziyu heard this, he was dumbfounded. He looked at Huayudi in disbelief. She thought that her precious disciple was joking, but Huayudi's expression clearly told her that it was all true. Yeah, Lin Yi didn't even mention it to me. He's very powerful, right? Huayudi's face was full of pride and happiness. Are you serious? He actually managed to refine 3 Thunder Profound pills in one go, and he even managed to form them so quickly? Lu Ziyu was still unable to imagine it. The fact that Lin Yi was a level 7 alchemist was already unimaginable. However, even if this was true, even so, it was impossible to refine 3 Thunder Profound pills in such a short time. How long had it been? It had only been a little more than a day, right? Wrong, it's not 3, it's 8. Huayudi corrected. Dong. Lu Ziyu lost her balance and almost fell. She barely managed to support herself by leaning against the table. Her expression was indescribable. The corners of her lips were twitching. 8. Yeah, then I asked for 3. Huayudi nodded. Looking at Huayudi's serious expression, looking at the 3 Thunder Profound pills in her hand, Lu Ziyu couldn't help but pinch herself. Only then did she ascertain that she wasn't dreaming. She looked at her precious disciple speechlessly. It wasn't because Huayudi asked for too little. That bit of Thunder Profound vine in exchange for 3 Thunder Profound pills was simply a huge benefit. There was no bigger pie than this. If it were the majority of the 7th grade alchemists, they would already be satisfied if they could get 1 Thunder Profound pill. Furthermore, they would have to use all kinds of supplementary materials as well as tens of thousands of spirit jades and hard work. As for Ran Zhongyuan, although he confidently swore that he could give 3, the prerequisite was that he had to sell Huayudi to him. The price was not something that could be measured by a mere tens of thousands of spirit jades. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but be a little shocked. Powerful strength, outstanding talent, and actually able to easily refine 8 Thunder Profound pills in a day. Lin Yi was also heaven-defying. No wonder Ning Shangling would think so highly of him. It had to be said that his own insight was far too lacking compared to this old friend of his. He had clearly heard her talk about Lin Yi's various miracles, but in the end, he had still underestimated this young man. He had even almost forced Dai to miss this opportunity. Thinking up to here, Lu Ziyu immediately blushed with shame, feeling that he had no face to meet anyone. Master, are you all right? Huayudi looked at Lu Ziyu's burning red cheeks and couldn't help but blink. Oh, I'm fine. Lu Ziyu laughed awkwardly. Only then did he react and asked, Lin Yi was able to refine 8 Thunder Profound pills. He should have used all of his Thunder Profound vines, right? This speculation was reasonable. If Huayudi's Thunder Profound vines could refine 8, then wouldn't Thunder Profound pills be like cabbages? How could there be such cheap and high-yield Thunder Profound pills? No, it's just my Thunder Profound vines. He hasn't even touched those. If he used them all to refine, he said that he could at least refine another 32. Huayudi shook her head. Thump. This time, Lu Ziyu couldn't even support herself on the table, and was about to fall over subconsciously. As a big shot of the East Continent Academy, she almost fell to the ground. Luckily, Huayudi had quick reflexes and hurriedly stuffed a stool in front of her. Otherwise, she would have really fallen to the ground. 32. Seeing Huayudi nod her head repeatedly, Lu Ziyu really regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. It wasn't because of Ran Zhongyuan's deal, but because when those 2 brats had taken photos as evidence of Huayudi and Lin Yi having sex in the training grounds, how good would it have been if she had acknowledged them on the spot? Although doing so would have affected her disciple's reputation a little, there wasn't any substantial loss at all, because she could have directly made the decision to let Huayudi marry Lin Yi, and no one would have said anything. That way, it wouldn't have been Ning Shangling's turn to pick up such a handsome son-in-law. Sigh. What a blunder. What a blunder. Lu Ziyu stamped her feet and thumped her chest repeatedly. If Huayudi wasn't present, she would have given herself 2 tight slaps. Lu Ziyu, you're really old, so old that your eyes are blurry. It was fine if your strength hadn't increased, but how did your foresight become so bad? You almost ruined your disciple's lifelong happiness. If this matter were to spread, How would you have the face to meet others in the future? Chapter 4758. They were both thunder mystical vines. Hua Yudi's mature thunder mystical vine had already been refined into a thunder mystical pill. Kong Xiaoming's unripe thunder mystical vine, on the other hand, was secretly transported away with a few blood bats after registering. Bloody bats were small in size, but they were fierce spirit beasts that could not be underestimated. They were extremely fast and invisible, and a few of them could easily take away the Thunder Xian Rottans. Unless they deliberately slowed down, it was very difficult to detect them, let alone intercept them. However, although there was a monitoring area over West Island, as long as they left this area, basically no disciples of West Island would investigate them. After all, many chambers of commerce also relied on spirit birds for short-distance transportation. Seeing that the bloody bats finally transported the Thunder Xian Rottans away, Su Lingchong and Kong Mingming breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and slumped in their chairs. Since the trial result came out, they had been sitting on pins and needles, and they were almost scared out of their wits. They had thought that after Kong Mingming became the Fuma of West Island, they could sit back and relax. As a result, when Linny came out, this dream was directly shattered. Now, not only could they not become the Fuma of West Island, but even the most basic personal safety became a problem. Whenever a disciple of West Island passed by, they had to act as if they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, they dug away the immature treasure of West Island, and now they were in a very miserable situation in West Island. Not only that, while guarding against the disciples of West Island, they also had to guard against their own people in North Island, such as Lan Tiefu and Ram Jia. If these two people asked for it in the name of the high-level officials of North Island, would they give it to them? These two were the top figures of the younger generation. If they didn't give it to them, they would definitely suffer. But if they really gave the Thunder Xian Rottans to them, once the mysterious man blamed them, they would only end up more miserable. Child Su, what should we do next? If those two really come to ask for it? Kong Mingming subconsciously shrank his neck. Now, if they sent the Thunder Xian Rottans away, they could smoothly report to the mysterious man. But if Lan Tiefu and Ram Jia really came to find them, they couldn't explain it. I don't think so. This Thunder Xian vine is the spoils of war that we obtained from the trial. They have no reason to take it. Su Lingchong shook his head with a grave expression. He was not confident at all. In fact, this was purely self-comfort. If they got the Thunder Xian Rottan in the normal way, the higher-ups of the North Island certainly had no reason to ask for it. But the problem was that the two of them dug out an immature Thunder Xian Rottan, which made the whole West Island filled with righteous indignation. The higher-ups of the North Island had to give them an explanation. But what if? Kong Mingming looked out of the door guiltily. Now, anyone who passed by outside would make him tremble in fear. There are no ifs. Su Lingchong pretended to be tough, but he still couldn't hide his guilty conscience. He added, I don't have the Thunder Mystic Rottan. I only have my life. Let's see what they can do. Kong Mingming nodded helplessly. This was a hopeless situation. However, there was no other choice at the moment. He could only follow what Su Lingchong said. However, he suddenly thought of a more important question. What if Lin Yi comes to find trouble with us? Damn it, we have to fight. Su Lingchong gritted his teeth and said, Child Su, why should we fight? He is Ning Shangling's son-in-law now. He can send anyone to kill us. Kong Mingming sighed. Don't worry. After all, he is still a disciple of the North Island. It's a taboo for disciples to kill each other. This is not the trial place. If he dares to do it, the two of them won't watch us suffer losses. Su Lingchong continued to comfort himself. Kong Mingming nodded and said nothing. He thought that Lin Yi dared to do it in the North Island, not to mention this was the West Island. Besides, if he randomly found a disciple of the West Island to do it, what evidence did he have to prove that it was Lin Yi who did it? In the next few days, the two of them hid in their rooms and didn't go out at all, for fear that they would be brutally beaten to death by the disciples of the West Island as soon as they went out. At that time, if the law failed to punish the masses, they would really die with everlasting regret. However, to their surprise, neither Lan Tiefu nor Ram Jia showed up, as if they really had no interest in the Thunder Xian Rottan in their hands. But on second thought, it was normal. With the strength of those two, they didn't need the Thunder Xian pill at all. A Thunder Xianrattan alone was really not attractive to them. Even if they wanted to give an explanation to the West Island, Su Lingchong's grandfather would take the responsibility. Why would those two do it? At the same time, thousands of miles away, under a secret uninhabited island a few nautical miles away from the North Island, there was an amazingly huge basement, which even extended to the underwater world. It was a completely different world. At this moment, Miss Luan was sitting in the lab with her legs crossed, looking at the weird rattan that kept flashing with electric arcs across from her through a thick glass. It was the Thunder Xianrattan that Su Lingchong and Kong Mingming had sent over through the Bloody Bat. If Lin Yi saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked, because they not only transported the Thunder Xianrattan here, but also planted it. The most surprising thing was that this place actually had a virtual thunder and lightning environment, and from time to time, lightning struck the Thunder Xianrattan from all directions. Unlike ordinary treasures of heaven and earth, the Thunder Xianrattan could only grow in a place with rolling heavenly thunder. The fiercer the lightning, the faster it would grow. Unexpectedly, these people had completely recreated the powerful heavenly thunder of the Heavenly Thunder Formation. Judging from the intensity of the lightning, it seemed that it was even stronger than the Thunder Xianrattan. It was incredible. Not bad. It seems that your previous efforts were not in vain to be able to create such a powerful thunder and lightning environment in this place. Miss Luan nodded with satisfaction. It's all thanks to Miss Luan for getting so many power-generating equipment from the secular world. As long as we have these things, it won't be a problem. A bespectacled man next to her said modestly. Well, since the conditions are complete, it's only a matter of time before this Thunder Xianrattan matures. Next, you have to research a way to mass-produce profound ascending stage masters as soon as possible. This is our current core project, don't let me down. Miss Luan said in a deep voice. In addition, be careful not to leak the nuclear reactor that generates electricity. If it attracts mountain opening stage or even sea-splitting stage masters, even a nuclear bomb explosion will have no effect on them. Yes, the bespectacled man quickly nodded in response. West Island, a side courtyard of the Island Master's Palace. The previously set deadline of 2 days had passed. Ren Zhongyuan found an excuse and successfully sneaked in again. He couldn't wait to go straight to Huayudi's room. Although this deal was made with Lu Ziyu, in the end it still fell on Huayudi. Chapter 4759. At this time, Huayudi should have already washed up and obediently waited in the room for him to come. His mind was filled with romantic fantasies, but the moment he entered the room, Ren Zhongyuan's expression changed. The situation in the room was the same as the previous time. There was only Lu Ziyu sitting there, and there was no sign of Huayudi at all. Could it be that she was shy and had hidden herself? Where's junior sister Yudi? Although girls are thin-skinned, we're already so familiar with each other, so there's no need to be shy, right? Ren Zhongyuan smiled, thinking that he was very gentlemanly. At the same time, he looked around the room, wanting to find Huayudi. You don't need to look. Dyer isn't here. She went to play with Lin Yi. Lu Ziyu looked at him calmly. What? She went to play with Lin Yi. Ren Zhongyuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth, not concealing the fury on his face. He looked at Lu Ziyu with an unfriendly expression and said, Deputy Dean Lu, this isn't right, right? She's going to get married soon, and you're actually allowing her to go play with other men? This isn't very good. Get married? Lu Ziyu smiled non-committally, asking in return, Marry who? Are you talking about Lin Yi? Although he's a good match, it's not possible for now. He's already the prince consort of West Island. This is really quite a pity. Huh? What are you talking about? What does this have to do with that brat Lin Yi? Ren Zhongyuan didn't react for a moment. He looked at Lu Ziyu in a daze, not knowing how to react. The situation today was completely different from what he had expected. Why wasn't everything going according to plan? It's nothing. Do you have anything for me? If there's nothing, then hurry up and leave. This is a girl's room, not a place you can come to. Remember, don't do it again, Lu Ziyu said calmly. This time Ren Zhongyuan was completely stunned. This was completely wrong. He had come to receive Huayudi as the victor today, so why did the other party strangely take control of the situation? Lu Ziyu, this old hag, was indeed a big shot in the academy. She clearly had a favor to ask of him, yet she was still able to control the tempo with just a few words, making it seem as if he was the one making a request of her. Could it be that she wanted to use this opportunity to raise the price? After sorting out his emotions, Ren Zhongyuan thought that he had seen through the other party's intentions. He immediately grinned and said, "Vice Dean Liu, we're all smart people, so you don't have to pretend to be ignorant. Aren't you afraid that doing this will backfire and force me to take back the generous conditions I promised before?" "What conditions? Did I promise you anything previously?" Lu Ziyu looked at Ren Zhongyuan with a hint of a smile. Ren Zhongyuan suddenly became speechless, thinking in his heart that this old woman was really difficult to deal with. If this went on, he would definitely be led by the nose by her, so he could only go straight to the point and said, "Vice Dean Liu, you won't release the eagle without seeing the rabbit, but forget it, I am a junior, so you give me the Thunder Xian vine now, and later ask my father to directly send you the Thunder Xian pill after refining it. This should be no problem, right?" "Oh, you're talking about this matter. The Thunder Xian vine has already been refined into a Thunder Xian pill, so there's no need to trouble you anymore." "Thank you," Lu Ziyu said calmly. "What? Already refined the Thunder Xian pill? That's impossible. How can it be so fast? Even my father needs at least 3 days and 3 nights to refine the pill." "Vice Dean Liu, you can't lie to me about this kind of thing." Ren Zhongyuan sneered, subconsciously thinking that Lu Ziyu was lying to him, thinking that this old woman still wanted to raise the price. "There's always someone better than you. There's nothing impossible in this world. Look for yourself, isn't this it?" Lu Ziyu took out the box that Huiyuti had given her and placed it on the table. Ren Zhongyuan looked on helplessly as she opened the box, and when he saw what was inside, he instantly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Astonishingly, there were 3 neatly arranged Thunder Xian pills inside. "What? They actually gave you 3 Thunder Xian pills? Who refined them for you? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible." Ren Zhongyuan was practically about to go crazy. 2 days ago, it was just a section of Thunder Xian vine, and in the blink of an eye, it had become 3 ready-made Thunder Xian pills. Was he seeing things, or had the world gone crazy? "What? Are you doubting me?" Seeing that Ren Zhongyuan was actually about to rush over to take a closer look, Lu Ziyu's calm expression suddenly turned cold, and an incomparably majestic aura instantly pressed down on the other party's head. This big shot of Morning Pride Academy was obviously angry, suddenly being suppressed by such a powerful aura. Even a nascent soul paragon expert like Ren Zhongyuan could not bear it. He staggered and almost made a fool of himself on the spot. Ren Zhongyuan instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and only now did he realize that he had really been too complacent. He had thought that by relying on the sweet taste of the Thunder Xian pill, he would definitely be able to deal with the master and disciple pair. He had completely forgotten that the other party was a big shot of the academy. How could such an existence be so easily controlled by him? "You're still not leaving? Could it be that you want me to invite you?" Seeing that Ren Zhongyuan's expression was uncertain and he was still hesitating, Lu Ziyu could not help but let out a cold snort. She was really a little angry. This brat really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. If not for the fact that he had a bit of a background, she would have long since punished him. No, I'll leave right now. Ren Zhongyuan did not dare to stay any longer, and hurriedly left in a daze. When he went out, he even knocked into the door frame, and tears came out from the pain. Looking at Ren Zhongyuan's clown-like back, Lu Ziyu shook her head repeatedly. She did not know why she felt that this brat was actually worthy of dire 2 days ago. Compared to Lin Yi, this kind of trash was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although there were times when anyone would make a mistake, this time around Lu Ziyu had not only made a mistake, she was simply blind. Luckily, she had not made a huge mistake, or else it would be too late for regrets. Unknowingly, in Lu Ziyu's heart, Lin Yi had already become the best choice for her disciple. Although other than Ning Xuefei and Huiyuti, Lin Yi still maintained very subtle ambiguous relationships with girls like Han Jingjing and Shangguan Laner. Shanghai Tianhua and Ning Shangling did not say anything, so what else did she have to say? The thoughts and foresight of these 2 old friends were much more brilliant than her, the academy's vice headmaster. Their tacit agreement to remain silent meant that they had tacitly approved and connived with Lin Yi. What did this mean? No one was a fool. Facing a super genius like Lin Yi, All so-called rules and traditions were just fleeting clouds. There would always be people in this world who could transcend the rules, and Linny was clearly one of them. Shanghai Tianhua and Ning Shangling understood this better than anyone else. Chapter 4760. At this time, at the edge of West Island, in an uninhabited cave near the endless sea, two people were sitting, and they were exchanging cups with great interest. Although this place was on the shore because it was too close to the sea, any wave could submerge the cave. Sometimes sea beasts would even appear, eyeing them covetously. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. The officials of West Island made it clear that life and death were unpredictable here, and ordinary cultivators didn't dare to set foot here. However, these two people seemed quite relaxed and didn't take the warning seriously at all. There was no other reason. Their strength was enough to ignore this little danger, because one of them was the mysterious black-clothed man, and the other was the top master of the Spirit Beast clan, the new Azure Dragon. Except for Miss Luan, the immediate superior of the center, no matter where the mysterious black-clothed man appeared, he was absolutely arrogant and domineering, and had never lowered his head to anyone. However, this time, he was willing to sit next to Azure Dragon, and his tone sounded a little humble. Since the mysterious black-clothed man treated him like this, it showed the terrible strength of the new Azure Dragon. After all, he was the top master of the Spirit Beast clan, and nominally, he was on the same level as Vermilion Bird. One was a member of the center, and the other was the top elder of the Spirit Beast clan. If people knew that the two of them would meet in such a place, it would definitely cause an uproar. However, since they chose such a place, naturally they couldn't be easily discovered. Even those old monsters in West Island who didn't come into the world couldn't find out a little bit. No one knew what the two of them said, but judging from the atmosphere of drinking, both of them seemed to be quite satisfied with this first meeting. No one knew whether they reached some kind of cooperation or formed some kind of alliance. No one knew all this except for themselves. No third party would know. If someone accidentally heard a word or two, needless to say, they would definitely be thrown into the sea to feed the sea beasts, and it was impossible for them to live to the next day. The next day, the wharf of West Island was full of people, and the huge treasure ship with the logo of the 3 pavilions of North Island docked steadily on the edge of the wharf. After staying in West Island for 2 months, it was finally time for the delegation from North Island to go home. The treasure ship's warehouse had been filled with the gifts from West Island, and a group of disciples from North Island had boarded the ship one after another. Lan Tiefu and Gong Yangjia were still very low-key, quietly mingling in the crowd. At this moment, the happiest ones were Kong Xiaoming and Su Lingchong. From the moment they stepped on the ship, their nerves that had been stretched taut for a long time could finally relax. For the past few days they had been living in fear every day, and no one could withstand such a brutal mental pressure. They simply couldn't breathe under the pressure. If they didn't become mentally ill, they would have to praise their perseverance. What they didn't know was that they were purely wasting their feelings. Ning Shangling had ordered the disciples from West Island not to take action without permission. After all, as the host, they should have the bearing of a host. Otherwise, without this order, they would have been torn into pieces by the indignant disciples of West Island. It was useless to hide in the envoy's mansion, because they had to die. On the deck of the wharf, Linny was saying goodbye to Shanghai Laner and others. Although he was the special envoy of North Island personally appointed by Shanghai Tianhua, he was now the future Fuma of West Island. Before he sent Ning Shuafei to Dongzhou College according to Ning Shangling's order, he couldn't go back to North Island alone without permission. Little junior brother, don't worry. I'll take good care of Jingjing and wait for you to come back. You can stay with Feifei with peace of mind. Shanghai Laner patted her chest and promised. This time, although Linny didn't go back to North Island, she had Han Jingjing by her side. After all, Linny would accompany Ning Shuafei to Dongzhou College soon in West Island. Then Han Jingjing could only stay here alone. With her personality of a scientific research nerd, Linny didn't feel at ease leaving her alone, so he simply suggested that she go to North Island with Shanghai Laner first, so they could keep each other company. Han Jingjing didn't have any objection to this. It was really meaningless for her to stay in West Island alone, and her research could also be done in North Island. After all, what Ning Shuafei could customize in West Island, Shanghai Laner could also do in North Island. Even though Si Haishao was once beaten into a fool by Shanghai Tianhua's men in public, As long as Shanghai Laner said something, he, as the manager of the branch of the Central Chamber of Commerce, would never dare to disobey. Unless the Central Chamber of Commerce didn't want to stay in North Island anymore, they could only try their best to please Shanghai Tianhua. After all, they lived under the same roof. I'm not worried about this, but Laner, you'll have trouble when you go back. If you don't pack up a research room quickly, Jingjing won't be able to stay here for long, Linny said with a smile. How many times have I told you to call me senior sister? Shanghai Laner patted Linny's head with a serious look, then turned to look at Han Jingjing. She rolled her eyes and said, as for the research room, why don't I discuss with Grandpa and renovate his study? Anyway, it's quite big. Linny suddenly burst into laughter. He looked at her speechlessly and said, if you really do that, I guess Cabinet Master Shangguan will have to put down his identity and PK with you in real life. I don't care. If he wants me to let go of his study, then he has to be responsible for making a big research room for us. Jingjing, am I right? Shanghai Laner smiled proudly, and the little curly bear next to her also swaggered around, looking like he was going to defeat Shanghai Tianhua, which really made Linny speechless. Han Jingjing pursed her lips and smiled. She walked over and gave Linny a sweet hug. She whispered in his ear, Brother Linny, come back soon. Jingjing is waiting for you in North Island, hee. Don't worry, I'll come back to you after I send Fei home. Linny smiled and hugged her. To be honest, this girl seemed to have put on a little weight recently, and it was very comfortable to hold her chubby body. At this time, Han Jingjing didn't feel anything, but Shanghai Laner blushed. She pulled Han Jingjing over and complained in a low voice. Jingjing, you're so bad. What should I do if you hug my junior brother like this? Do you want me to hug him too? It's so embarrassing with so many people watching. It's just a hug. It doesn't matter, Han Jingjing said with a smile. I don't dare. After all, Shangguan Laner was not from the secular world. Although she was usually careless, she was still very shy at this time. If there were no one around, it would not be a big deal, but there were so many people watching. Chapter 4761. Everyone suddenly looked at each other speechlessly. This girl was getting weirder and weirder. Huayuti, who came to see them off, couldn't help but say, what about me? Sister Hua, you can hug little junior brother. When we leave, you can hug him as long as you want. As long as you can win Fei. Shanghai Laner smiled and hugged her again. Her words made Huayuti blush and blame her again and again. In the end, when everyone was reluctant to say goodbye, the giant treasure ship blew the last horn of departure. Shanghai Laner and Han Jingjing boarded the treasure ship and desperately waved goodbye to Lin Yi and others. See you later. Ning Shuefei and Huayuti also waved desperately. The two women's eyes were red and they were about to cry. Although Shanghai Laner was being funny, parting was not a happy thing after all. Especially they were like sisters. After this separation, they didn't know when they would see each other again. Don't worry, I will definitely let you get together in the future. Promise. Linny comforted them softly. Okay. Ning Shuefei and Huayuti nodded heavily at the same time. After looking at each other, they looked at Linny and suddenly smiled through tears at the same time. Suddenly Linny was puzzled. What was going on? The world of girls was really difficult to understand. After the North Island, the fleet of South Continent left immediately. Of course, this fleet referred to the fleet brought by Qi Wenhan and Xiaoluoluo. As for the new Azure Dragon of the Spirit Beast clan, although he was also from South Continent, he was obviously not on the same side as them and had already left first. Qi Wenhan and Xiaoluoluo were leaving, so Linny naturally had to see them off. This time Ning Shuefei and Huayuti also came together. Although they had met several times during this period, they didn't talk much. Since they were good brothers of Linny, of course they had to keep in touch with each other. After all, they would be in the same camp in the future. Unlike the North Island, which only had one giant treasure ship, the South Continent's fleet used 3 treasure ships this time, which filled the large West Island pier. When Linny and others found Qi Wenhan and Xiaoluoluo in the vast crowd, a group of South Continent's crew was busy carrying goods, and the scene seemed to be in full swing. This time they didn't just come to celebrate. At the same time, they also came with the commission of various chambers of commerce in the South Continent to buy various kinds of West Island specialties. It seemed that the 3 treasure ships were about to be full. Haha, as expected of the Boat King, sending out 3 treasured ships at once. I really can't think of anyone who could be so generous. Linny brought the 2 girls to Chi Wonhan's side and said with a smile. In terms of models, each of the 3 treasure ships was much smaller than the one on the northern island, but they were all medium-sized. Moreover, the sight of the 3 treasure ships lined up together was truly shocking. Brother Ling. Chi Wonhan and Xia Luoluo greeted him with a smile. Then they realized that Ning Xuefei and Huiyudi had also come. They were instantly flattered and hurriedly bowed to them. Ning Xuefei and Huiyudi respectfully returned the greeting. Because they weren't too familiar with Chi Wonhan, the 2 of them had the appearance of a lady from a respectable family. They had received this kind of education since they were young. In addition, their looks and temperament were 1 in a million. Although their graceful bearing wasn't as natural as Ning Shangling's, it was enough to stun everyone present. Chi Wonhan couldn't help but secretly give Linny a thumbs up. Even a random woman by his side was so beautiful and enviable. His brother was really a man's role model. You're going back to the South Continent soon. I don't know when we can meet again, so I have to ask you to bring your engagement gifts first. Otherwise, it won't be right if you don't get the gifts when the time comes, Linny said with a smile. Engagement. Chi Wonhan was stunned. During this period of time, he had only cared about sticking to Xia Luoluo like glue. He really hadn't thought about this seriously. This was a big deal, but although Xia Luoluo had agreed, the Xia family might not be so easy to deal with. Xia Lula's pretty face instantly blushed. She was lovely and charming, and the space between her brows was full of shyness and happiness. Of course, this kind of happy event should be done sooner rather than later. Brother Chi, don't tell me you want to waste Miss Xia's time like this? You're too heartless, aren't you? Linny looked at him mischievously, then took out an exquisite wooden box from his bosom. He had asked Ning Xuefei to find it. The miniature map of the South Continent was engraved with a big happiness character. It was not only grand but also festive. Brother Ling, I still haven't thought of what to do. It won't be easy to get past the Xia family. Chi Wonhan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he didn't know what was inside the box, since it was an engagement gift, he would not refuse it. After all, this was Lin Yi's kind intentions. Xia Luoluo's expression was somewhat complicated. Even though she was very willing to be with Chi Wonhan, she was not alone. Protecting the family's interests was the first principle that had been instilled in her mind since she was young. If Chi Wonhan could not satisfy the Xia family, especially if her father gave his approval, this matter would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There's no rush. Let's take a look at the gift first. Linny smiled. Chi Wonhan and Xia Luoluo couldn't help but stare blankly. From their point of view, opening someone else's gift in front of them was a very rude thing to do. However, under the urging of Lin Yi's gaze, they still opened the box. 2 pills that were faintly flickering with electricity came into view. Thunder Profound pills? Chi Wonhan and Xia Luoluo instantly cried out involuntarily. Fortunately, their reactions were fast enough to cover their mouths in time. Otherwise, other passers-by would have heard them. This time, Xia Luoluo was completely shocked. Her eyes flashed with a look of disbelief. She covered her mouth, unable to speak for a long time. The last time Lin Yi had given her a golden condensed nascent soul pill was already shocking enough. She didn't think that this time it would be even more exaggerated. He had directly given her a 7th grade Thunder Profound pill, and 2 of them at that. Previously, it was a golden condensed nascent soul pill that could guarantee a nascent soul. Now it was followed by 2 Thunder Profound pills. If she had not personally experienced it, Xia Luoluo would never have imagined that such a bold man could exist under the heavens. Compared to this person, the so-called super geniuses of her family were not even worth mentioning. They would only make a fool of themselves. Brother Ling, this? Chi Wonhan choked for a long time before he weakly asked in a low voice. Did you refine these yourself? If he didn't know that Lin Yi had just obtained a Thunder Profound vine, even he wouldn't dare believe that Lin Yi could refine Thunder Profound pills. After all, an existence like a 7th grade alchemist could not be found in the entire South Continent, other than the Spirit Beast clan, in all the other human cultivators' territories. Chapter 4762. Upon hearing this, Chi Wonhan's mouth was wide open. After a long while, he quickly put the box back and looked at Lin Yi as if he was a monster. Bro Ling, are you sure you're not the reincarnation of the legendary Dan Gajong Liju? I think you should investigate your past life seriously. Then do I have to go down to hell and have a chat with Yama? Linny rolled his eyes, speechless. Sure, if there really was a Yama, I'm sure he'd cry and look at you in a different light. If you call him master, maybe he'll take you in as a grandson and send you back to show off. Haha. Chi Wonhan laughed. Nah, I'm a coward. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Linny curled his lips. Haha. Chi Wonhan laughed heartily, unable to hide the excitement on his face. He pretended to be calm as he looked at Linny. Seriously, thank you, bro. Linny looked at his clenched fists, as if he was about to jump into the sea. He couldn't help but laugh. Since we're brothers, there's no need to thank me. Chi Wonhan could only nod. His gratitude was indescribable. Just as Linny had said, these 2 Thunder Xian pills came at the right time for him and Xia Luoluo. With his current strength and background, if he were to go to House Xia and ask for their hand in marriage, he would have some confidence in persuading them, but he couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate. Who knew what would happen? At the end of the day, although the Heavens Equal Security Agency was the new hegemon of the South Continent, compared to House Xia, who was a ship's king, they had no foundation at all. Even if they gathered all their resources to prepare a betrothal gift, it would still be hard for House Xia to look at it. But with these 2 Thunder Xian pills, it was completely different. The Thunder Xian pill itself was extremely precious, but the meaning behind it was even rarer. Once House Xia knew that House Qi had such a powerful ally, then it wouldn't be House Qi who would suck up to them. Instead, they would need to suck up to House Qi. Although he was young, he had the terrifying strength to kill a profound ascending stage master. At the same time, he was also the prince consort of West Island. What was even rarer was that he was a 7th-grade alchemist. Chi Wonhan had such a heaven-defying good brother. If the Xia family still obstructed Xia Luoluo's marriage, it could only mean that the brains of the Xia family's higher-ups were all filled with water. Furthermore, they were all foot-washing water that had been rotten for hundreds of years. Chi Wonhan was so excited that he couldn't calm down, and Xia Luoluo was so happy that she didn't know what to say. Looking at their sweet faces, Linny couldn't help but smile. By the way, if there's anything in the future, remember to ask the Hong Enterprise Chamber of Commerce to send a message to the North Island. I'll wait for your good news. Alright, you too, Brother Ling. Don't forget that you also have a share in the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. If you have any problems in the future, don't forget about us. Although our strength is not that great, we can still support you. All it takes is a single word, Chi Wonhan said solemnly. At this time, all the goods had been loaded, and the fleet was already urging Chi Wonhan to board the ship. Linny immediately smiled and waved goodbye, saying, Got it. Be careful on the way, have a safe journey. Brother Ling, take care. Chi Wonhan hammered Linny with red eyes. Xia Luoluo bowed deeply, and then solemnly said goodbye to Ning Shuefei and Huiyuti. Then the 2 boarded the treasure ship under the urging. The magnificent fleet of 3 treasure ships soon set sail, leaving only 3 magnificent shadows on the sea. Shangguan Laner and Han Jingjing left, and so did Chi Wonhan and Xia Luoluo. Now Linny had no acquaintances in West Island, and he could only accompany Ning Shuefei and Huiyuti all day long. Although it was a little boring, the 2 girls were quite satisfied with this kind of life. For them, they wouldn't be bored with Linny's company. Even if it was just a chat, they would be in high spirits. This kind of life didn't last long. 3 days later, as the last foreign envoy group to land in West Island, the East Continent envoy group finally set sail. But different from other envoy groups, this time they would bring 2 guests, Ning Shuefei and Lin Yi. Ning Shangling had already booked a college for her daughter during this time. Without further ado, she could just hitch a ride with the East Continent envoy group. Anyway, Lu Ziyu would take care of them all the way, so she didn't have to worry about any problems. However, since the Princess of West Island and the Fuma of West Island were going to East Continent, it was a big event for the whole West Island, and a grand and spectacular farewell ceremony was absolutely indispensable. On this day, the whole pier of West Island was crowded, including Ning Shangling, the island owner of West Island. Almost all the high-level officials of West Island showed up, just to watch Ning Shuefei and Lin Yi board the ship. This kind of scene made Lin Yi secretly speechless. Originally, boarding the ship was a simple thing, But now it looked like some kind of ancient ceremony, majestic and solemn. This is really a big scene. People who don't know might think that we are going to go to war. I only heard that there is such a grand sacrificial ceremony when soldiers go to war. Today is an eye-opener. Lin Yi sighed to Ning Shuofei beside him in a low voice. He had seen all kinds of farewell parties, but it was the first time for him to see such a big scene and such a complicated ceremony. Ning Shuofei didn't say anything, but Ning Shangling, who was not far away, laughed. She glanced at Lin Yi and said, "Do you think it's a little fuss? In fact, this is the rule passed down by the ancestors of West Island, and it can be regarded as a rehearsal for the succession ceremony. If we don't do this, Feifei's succession in the future will seem unjustified, and there will be trouble. So every time Feifei goes out, there is such a big scene." Lin Yi was shocked. That's not true. Only when she goes out for the first time in Dongzhou, and the purpose is to pray for the future island owner. At other times there is no such treatment. Otherwise, this girl always wants to sneak out to play, and then we don't have to do business. Ning Shangling shook her head and laughed. "I didn't sneak out. I left you a note." Ning Shuofei corrected her righteously. "Yeah, when I saw the note in the corner, you had already run to the North Island, and you still have the face to say that." Ning Shangling hugged Ning Shuofei affectionately, then turned to Lin Yi and said seriously, "Lin Yi, please take good care of Feifei for me." "Aunt Ning, don't worry, I will." Lin Yi nodded heavily. 2 hours later, the ceremony in West Island finally ended. Although Ning Shuofei and Lin Yi hadn't officially boarded the ship, Ning Shangling had already left with the disciples of West Island. After all, if they continued to block here, these people from Dongzhou didn't have to board the ship, because they couldn't squeeze through the crowd. Chapter 4763. Of course, the traditional ceremony couldn't be neglected, but they wouldn't insist on it. After that, they still had to follow the rules of the East Continent's envoy group. Even Ning Shuofei didn't want to be special at all, and obediently followed the disciples of the East Continent to line up. At this moment, a super spectacular behemoth was parked at the pier of the West Island. Lin Yi thought that the giant treasure ship from the North Island was of the top scale, but he didn't expect that the one from the East Continent was several times larger. They were not in the same level at all. Moreover, it had just been refurbished, so it looked quite dignified and vast, which made people feel awe. What shocked Lin Yi especially was that this super treasure ship had formations flashing repeatedly, and the terrible breath it emitted was frightening. "This ship is so powerful." Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim sincerely. Ning Shuofei, who was next to him, had small stars in her eyes. It seemed that she couldn't wait to dismantle this behemoth and study it carefully. The treasure ship was the pinnacle of the blacksmiths on the Heaven Stage Island, especially the one in front of her, which was the pinnacle of the pinnacle. This was the goal she had always pursued. Legend has it that this ship was built by an almighty expert in ancient times. It's different from those other treasured ships. It's an ancient warship. Hui Yudi had already lined up behind the two of them, and she smiled as she explained. "Ancient warship?" Lin Yi was suddenly shocked. The treasure ship could cross the endless sea, and it also had various formations set up. Although they were all defensive, they were already extraordinary. However, compared with this ancient warship, it was nothing. The treasure ship could only carry people, but the warship could attack cities and territories effortlessly. Once the attack formation was activated, it was estimated that it could easily take down a city. Looking at this magnificent behemoth, Lin Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He didn't feel anything when he looked at the giant treasure ship before, but now when he looked at this ancient warship, he couldn't help but think that it would be great if he could have such a ship. Of course, this was obviously unrealistic. Even North Island and West Island didn't have this kind of ancient battleship. It was estimated that only East Continent had such a few, or even only one. Not to mention that Lin Yi was just a master at the middle stage of Yuanying realm. Even if he was in the mountain opening realm or even the earth opening realm, he couldn't have it. He could only imagine it. As they discussed the various rumors about the ancient warship, the three of them lined up to board the warship. Before boarding, they had to check their belongings to prevent anyone from bringing dangerous items that could threaten their safety. This was the most basic rule. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion not far behind them. From afar, they could see that the orderly queue had been disrupted. It seemed like there were two people escorting a person at the back to forcefully cut the queue. There were even loud curses coming from above. "Get out of my way. Let junior sister Carrie board the boat first." This voice sounded a little familiar. Linny took a closer look and found that it was Yi Xiaotian, who had been in contact with him before. At this time, he and Ren Zhongyuan were protecting Yao Jelly and cutting the queue violently. The people in front of them reacted a little slower and were directly kicked away by them. They were angry but dared not to speak. Linny couldn't help frowning when he saw this. At this time, Lu Ziyu was still saying goodbye to Ning Shangling at the back. These two people dared to be so arrogant and unscrupulous. It seemed that they were used to being domineering. Along the way, Ren Zhongyuan and the others soon came to the side. They habitually wanted to kick people to open the way, but after being glanced by Lin Yi's cold eyes, they were suddenly stunned. After all, the people in front of them were not ordinary people. One was the princess of West Island, Ning Shuafei, and the other was Lu Ziyu's personal disciple, Hui Yudi. If they dared to treat the two girls the way they treated other people, they probably couldn't even think about leaving West Island, let alone returning to East Continent safely. "Line up at the back." Lin Yi looked at them coldly. "You." Ren Zhongyuan, Yi Xiaotian and Yao Jelly suddenly choked. Although they were angry, they really didn't dare to do anything to Lin Yi and the others. It was really unexpected that people like Ning Shuafei and Hui Yudi didn't get on the boat first. Instead, they lined up here obediently, which was really unexpected. They thought that this kind of privileged person had already boarded the ship, so they dared to act arrogantly here. As for the ordinary disciples and attendants, in their eyes, they had no status at all. If they wanted to beat them, they could scold them, and if they wanted to, they could scold them. Who would dare to resist? Who knew that they would be humiliated here? Ren Zhongyuan and the others couldn't help but secretly think, are Ning Shuefei and the others crazy? They could obviously get on the boat first, but they had nothing better to do and waited here to line up. They must be crazy. Now Ning Shuefei and Hui Yudi stood in front of them. No matter how arrogant they were, they dared not to continue to cut the line. This was the territory of West Island. If they were accused of violating the Princess of West Island, they would be grounded when they went back. They could only line up resentfully. Lin Yi didn't pay attention to them and continued to talk and laugh with Ning Shuefei and Hui Yudi. He didn't pay attention to Ren Zhongyuan and the others at all. To be honest, with Lin Yi's current level, if he still paid attention to them, he would overestimate these people. Ren Zhongyuan was angry when he saw Lin Yi. Now seeing his arrogant look, he was even angrier. He immediately lowered his voice and warned with an arrogant face. "Boy, you are just a disciple of North Island. Don't think that you can do anything as the prince consort of West Island. When you come to Dongzhou, you are nothing at all. You are just a poor frog at the bottom of a well." "Oh, what kind of frog are you? Bullfrog or toad?" Lin Yi smiled and retorted sarcastically. "I am." Ren Zhongyuan was almost fooled. When he saw Hui Yudi and Ning Shuefei covering their mouths and laughing, he suddenly reacted. He was so angry that his face turned red. He snorted and said, "Humph, I don't want to waste my breath on you. If you don't want to die, be the prince consort of West Island and stay away from my junior sister Yudi. Otherwise, you won't even know how you die." Hui Yudi and Ning Shuefei's faces changed. When they were about to scold him, Lin Yi stretched out his hand and stopped them. He smiled lazily and said, "Is that so? Since you are so brilliant, may I ask, how will I die?" "Hey, you arrogant boy, listen carefully. Brother Ren is the boss of our boat. Everything on the boat is decided by Brother Ren. How do you think you will die?" At this time, two subordinates suddenly appeared behind Ren Zhongyuan. They were Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu. Chapter 4764. He is the boss of this ship? Do you mean that this ancient battleship belongs to his family? Lin Yi pretended to be surprised. Sun Baolu suddenly choked. Of course, this ancient battleship couldn't belong to Ren Zhongyuan's family. This kind of thing couldn't be owned by any Yellow Step Academy, let alone Ren Zhongyuan's family. If this was spread out, people would laugh their heads off. You know nothing. Although this ancient battleship is not Brother Ren's, it can be borrowed temporarily because of Brother Ren's father's connections. Of course, Brother Ren has the final say. Li Yuzhou quickly retorted. When Linny heard this, he was really a little surprised. Being able to borrow an ancient battleship of this scale, it seemed that Ren Zhongyuan's father seemed to be very popular. The status of a 7th grade alchemist was really high. No wonder this kid was so arrogant. It seemed that he did have some capital. Yes, you are such a blind guy. You dare to offend Brother Ren on the ship. You really don't know how to die. Sun Baolu shouted arrogantly, unwilling to be outdone. It was a rare opportunity for the two of them to express their loyalty, and they racked their brains to squeeze Lin Yi. Just as they were getting excited, Lu Ziyu's cold voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Why aren't you lining up properly? What are you guys doing blocking the way here? Hearing this voice, Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu immediately shivered, almost peeing their pants in fright. They hurriedly hid behind Ren Zhongyuan. Right now, the person they were most afraid of seeing was Lu Ziyu. What if this academy's bigwig suddenly decided to punish them, or even throw them into the sea to feed the sea beasts? Lu Ziyu didn't even look at them. Unless Huayudi's reputation was really damaged, she naturally wouldn't care about such a small character at her level. It would only bring disgrace to her identity and make others laugh at her. Deputy Dean Lu, you misunderstood. We are just chatting casually. Lest some people don't know the rules and lose their lives after boarding the ship. Ren Zhongyuan glanced at Lin Yi with a faint smile. Although he hated Lin Yi in his heart for a long time, he couldn't do anything these days in West Island. He could only watch Huayudi hang out with this guy all day long. But now it was different. He had waited for the day where he could turn things around. As long as he boarded the ship, it would be his territory. He could do whatever he wanted with Lin Yi. Even with Lu Ziyu holding the fort, it was useless. After all, it was impossible for this old woman to monitor the situation in real time. When the time came, there would be plenty of opportunities. Lin Yi smiled indifferently. After bowing to Lu Ziyu, he continued chatting with Ning Xuefei and Huayudi. As for Ren Zhongyuan's so-called threat, he really didn't take it to heart. After boarding the ship according to the order, the first thing they did was to assign rooms. Although Ren Zhongyuan could indeed give orders in many things, even the assignment of rooms for most disciples was decided by him. Unfortunately, this matter was related to Ning Xuefei, the princess of West Island. No matter how bold he was, he didn't dare to interfere in this kind of thing, so he could only let Lu Ziyu personally assign rooms. Ning Xuefei's room was next to Huayudi's, and Lin Yi, as the future emperor's son-in-law of West Island, naturally had to be arranged near Ning Xuefei's room, which was directly opposite to Huayudi's. This arrangement really made Ren Zhongyuan so angry that his teeth itched. That was the room he dreamed of. He finally realized that Lu Ziyu, this old woman, not only didn't stop Lin Yi and Huayudi from approaching, but also took the initiative to create opportunities for them. She was really shameless. Everything was ready, and the ancient warship finally slowly left the pier of West Island amidst the cheers of countless people, accompanied by the ancient and desolate sound of a horn. It rode the wind and broke through the waves, heading toward the endless sea. It was rare to see an ancient warship, and Lin Yi had wanted to take this opportunity to take a good look around it. Unfortunately, he was told that he could only move around in the living area. As for the confidential areas such as the weapons and formations, only the warship's operators were allowed to enter. Other outsiders were not allowed to take even half a step closer, including people like Lu Ziyu and Ren Zhongyuan. It was only then that Lin Yi understood. It turned out that this ancient warship couldn't even be considered as a rental. All the operations were handled by its original crew, and the others were just temporary passengers. I had thought that I could broaden my horizons. What a pity. After coming to this conclusion, Lin Yi could only shake his head resentfully. Yes, what a pity. Ning Xuefei, who was standing beside him, also sighed. Her interest in this ancient warship was only greater than that of Lin Yi's, but she couldn't even take a look around. She had wasted such a good opportunity. Although she was the princess of West Island, she had never had the chance to ride on such an ancient warship before. Stop complaining, you two. I heard from Master that some academies still have ancient warship blueprints. When the time comes, we can just think of a way to get them and take a look. Who knows, Fei, you might even be able to make one with Jingjing. Huayudi chuckled and comforted her. For some reason, she was especially interested in the words of the secular world. Really? Then we can give it a try. Ning Xuefei's eyes instantly lit up. Seeing her reaction, Linny was speechless. Even if they could really get their hands on the blueprints, it wasn't something that could be created just because they wanted to. Han Jingjing was only talented in creating advanced technological products, but Linny thought of another person. That person was the Junk King. Perhaps one day, he would be able to create a warship. At this time, a melodious horn sounded on the ship. Linny was slightly stunned. Could something have happened? No, this horn means that it's time to eat. Let's go now. Huiyuti smiled and immediately led the two of them to the canteen. Previously, when Linny saw the canteen of the giant treasure ship in the North Island, he already felt that it was very luxurious and luxurious. However, when he saw the superstandard canteen of this ancient warship, he suddenly had an idea. People from the East Continent really knew how to enjoy themselves. It wasn't just Linny. Even Ning Xuefei was dumbfounded. The Princess of West Island had seen a lot of good stuff in her life, but this was the first time she'd seen a ship's cafeteria that was this exaggerated. Resplendent gold and jade would only seem tacky, whereas this cafeteria before him was simply an indoor paradise with an extremely high style. Various delicacies were placed on the beautiful jade ponds, and they could be obtained by just taking a few steps. Not only was it extraordinarily elegant, it even caused others to unconsciously open their mouths and sigh endlessly with praise. Ning Xuefei excitedly took a plate of pastries from the jade pool and tasted it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she couldn't stop praising it. Well, Linny, you should also try it. This pastry is so delicious. It's not worse than our West Islands at all. Chapter 4765. After that, he found that Ning Xuefei's words were true. The pastries of the West Island were the best in the heavenly stage island. After all, it was a country of women. However, the pastries here were not only not inferior, but even slightly better. It is said that the owner of this ancient warship is a superb gourmet, so every chef on his ship is a famous chef on the heavenly stage island. Moreover, the characteristics of the food from all over the world are gathered here. Being able to eat here is a dream of many gourmets. Huiyuti explained with a smile. Really? Then I can't let go of this opportunity. I'm going to eat a lot. Ning Xuefei suddenly turned into a foodie. Taking a plate of pastries was not enough. Her eyes shone as she looked around for delicious food. That sweeping posture made Linny stunned. He had not seen this side of her before. Fortunately, he was not short of spiritual jades, otherwise, he really could not afford to raise this foodie princess. Yuti, is this place a formation? Linny did not care much about eating, but was quite curious about the strange abundance of spiritual energy here. This spiritual energy flowed naturally, and it did not seem to be purely accumulated by a large number of spiritual jades. And my master said that this is a very special chi gathering array. It can condense the spiritual energy in the sea for my use. Huiyuti nodded. Can condense the spiritual energy in the sea? Linny was suddenly surprised. This technology was actually so awesome. However, on second thought, if it could not be replenished in the sea at any time, with the tonnage of this ancient warship, no matter how many spiritual jades it had, it would not be enough for its consumption. During the conversation, Ning Xuefei had already swept a basket of delicious food around. The entire cafeteria had more than a dozen quaint pavilions for people to eat and drink. When the three of them found the nearest one and were about to eat, they found a few familiar faces coming in. It was Ren Zhongyuan and his group. Enemies on a narrow road. Ren Zhongyuan saw Linny and Huiyuti together, and suddenly his eyes were burning with anger. His mind was full of thoughts of throwing Linny into the sea to feed the sea beasts. However, there were many people here. No matter how confident he was, he could not do anything to Linny, the prince consort of the West Island. With a cold snort, he walked to the next table with Yi Xiaotian and the others and sat down. Linny, of course, wouldn't take the initiative to pick a fight with this guy. He continued enjoying the food with the two girls as they chatted and laughed, completely unaffected by the appearance of these people. The more Linny was like this, the more Ren Zhongyuan was angry. At this time, he was not in the mood to eat. At this time, he was not in the mood to eat. At this time, he gave Li Yuzhou and gave him a look. The two men immediately nodded. Kid, our big bro Ren is generous enough to give you one last chance. Either you make a clean break with Miss Hua and kowtow to our big bro Ren, or you can quit your job. I guarantee that you won't even know how you died, humph. Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu walked to Lin Yi's side and threatened him coldly. Even Ren Zhongyuan and Lin Yi were not taken seriously, let alone these small fries. Although he was too lazy to deal with them, they had come looking for trouble, so he would not spoil them. Without raising his head, he said indifferently, "Scram or die." Yo-ho, you're quite arrogant. Do you really think that no one dares to touch you because you're the bullshit West Island's Fuma? To tell you the truth, your identity is equivalent to a pile of shit in the East Continent. Sun Baolu shouted as he stomped his foot. That's right. Even if we don't kill you, we still have a million ways to make you wish you were dead. Do you want to open your eyes today? Li Yuzhou sneered. Both of them had already made up their minds to trample on Lin Yi to show their loyalty to Ran Zhongyuan. After all, the photo incident was caused by this guy. It was a good opportunity for them to take revenge. As they spoke, they wanted to grab Lin Yi's collar. Although they were not strong enough, Ran Zhongyuan and the others were not far from them. They did not believe that Lin Yi would dare to resist. Otherwise, it would give Ran Zhongyuan an excuse to make things difficult for him. This brat would only die more miserably. However, Lin Yi did not move at all. He just glanced at them coldly. Immediately, they felt a gust of vital energy invading their bodies. Their knees felt as if they had been pounded with garlic, and they instantly lost feeling. With a plop, they knelt right in front of Lin Yi. "Oh, you've admitted your mistake so quickly? Is everyone in your academy so warm and hospitable? Then I've really opened my eyes." Lin Yi smiled faintly. Hu Yudi and Ning Xuefei, who were beside him, could not help but smile at each other. Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu were scared out of their wits. Their hearts were filled with regret. Previously, during the trial, they had not seen the scene of Lin Yi slapping Scarface. This time they had personally experienced it. How was this a soft persimmon? He was simply a great demon. "What are you two doing? Quickly stand up." Ren Zhongyuan saw this and could not help but be angry. He did not know that these two had been subdued by Lin Yi without batting an eyelid. He thought that they were purely subdued by Lin Yi's aura. These two little brothers were so cowardly. How could he, the big brother, show his face? Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu almost cried when they heard this. If they could stand up, why would they kneel? They looked at Lin Yi with fear and trepidation. The two gritted their teeth and rolled back to Ren Zhongyuan's side. They stammered, Brother Ren, this brat is strange. He actually played dirty with us." "What?" Ren Zhongyuan was shocked, but he did not show any fear. Instead, he felt that he had found an opportunity to attack. He immediately got up and walked towards Lin Yi's direction with an unfriendly expression. He did not believe that Lin Yi would dare to attack him unless this brat was really tired of living. Seeing that Ren Zhongyuan was about to attack, Lin Yi was calm and unruffled in the midst of the chaos. He continued to chat with the two girls as if there was no one else present. Whether it was Hu Yudi or Ning Xuefei, they did not look nervous at all. After all, the two of them were very clear about Lin Yi's strength. If Ren Zhongyuan dared to attack, he would only humiliate himself. There was nothing to worry about. "Humph, do you really think that I don't dare to attack you? I'm sorry to tell you that you've miscalculated. Today, I'm going to discipline you, the Emperor's son-in-law, on behalf of West Island, in case that you don't know how to behave properly when you go to Dongzhou and bring hatred to West Island." Ren Zhongyuan sneered. Then he raised his hand and was about to slap Lin Yi's face. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly moved, but he did not directly attack Ren Zhongyuan. Instead, he directly flipped the table without saying anything. Ning Xuefei had taken a lot of soup and water before, but she did not have time to drink a few mouthfuls. Now, all the soup and water were splashed on Ren Zhongyuan's face. For a moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. Ren Zhongyuan himself was a little confused. He stared blankly at the hot soup and did not know how to react for a moment.